powerful. You know you're not talking to a human, but yet it really feels like you
All
are.
right.
I can certainly see how
Yeah.
feelings fit.
Oh, 100%. I mean, the thing is, though, this is not so different from humanity. Like, if you've ever talked to somebody with dementia, or if you've ever been next to a baby, there's a similar feeling of like, okay, or how much of a fellow being are you? Like this psychologist D.B. Winnicott has this great saying: "There is no such thing as a baby that exists," and he means there's no such thing as a baby that exists outside of a mother's love and a mother's projection onto who that baby is, what that means. Like every little thing is made meaningful because of the parents' projection onto it. And there's a very similar thing that happens with robots. Robots are also these interstitial states. They're not just a water bottle and they're not another human. There's something in between. And there's actually a lot of things like that. Like one of the reasons people experience the uncanny valley. Do you know what the uncanny valley is? So the uncanny valley is when you see something that approximates a human, you start to get uncomfortable. So here's the graph. Okay, so it's like how like a human is on this side. We're going this way. And then how much you like the thing is over here. And what you see is, okay, Roomba doesn't look like a human, don't like it. Roomba with eyeballs, oh, that's kind of cute. Oh, it's like a little like robot dog, that's kind of cute. Oh my gosh, it's starting to have a face and look really creepy and kind of like a human, don't like it. And then it's completely like indistinguishable from a human. And then you like it and it looks completely like a human being. So this little dip right here.
Saying people don't like things that are human but not quite.
Yes, that's exactly right. You get creeped out. That's the uncanny valley. And one of the reasons like psychologists think we experience the uncanny valley is because it's sort of like seeing a dead body. Like it looks like a human, but there's something off about it. Like it's not moving like a human should. And so we have this like visceral reaction. So robots are just not so dissimilar from other types of human relationships.
But you actually believe that robots are an intermediate state between inanimate objects and humans?
Well, they are.
Yeah, like if you were in a room with a robot, would you feel the same as if that robot were just like a chair?
Well, it's what we touched on before. I know that it would trigger certain visceral reactions in me as if it were a person. But then another part of me would be saying, "Don't be ridiculous. That's just a machine."
That's exactly how I feel.
But you wouldn't put
But it actually is just a machine.
Well, here's my one equivocation, and this is the weirdest I get. You're exposing the weird part. We don't know exactly how life works.
Right.
We don't know exactly how consciousness works. It's the study of.
We have no idea.
We have no idea, is it?
Yeah. Well, I want to honor a lot of the work of amazing neuroscientists. Like, there has been a lot of great philosophy and study of this stuff.
We still aren't.
Yeah, we have no idea. And so I make room for the mystery of like, okay, well, as these things start to get increasingly sophisticated and indistinguishable from humanity, like maybe there is that threshold point where we start having to treat them just like they're humans. And one of the reasons I think this way,
or get over this thing about treating humans so well.
I mean,
what's so special about life? I can put it together on the kitchen table. What's so special about you?
The answer is sentience. Is sentience a word?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's the dividing line.
Okay, let me complicate it. Like, okay, so there's artificial intelligence, and then there's natural intelligence, right? So artificial, if you look it up in the dictionary, what is artificial? Like, how do they define it? Man-made. So what is natural intelligence? It's also man-made. We make each other. So it's not so different. Two human beings made you.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Well, I think fundamentally, morality is game theory. We have to value life because you want your life valued.
Yes.
And genetic. I think that's certain. I think we are programmed to feel good when we do nice things, to have a conscience. We know that sociopaths are characterized by having no conscience, and that leads to anarchy, and that could not be a successful society. So evolution probably selects for conscience, and all of which is to say that I don't think there's anything, and we kill animals. Sarah doesn't, but we do. And
She kills animals quite a bit, I would imagine. You know, just walking down the street, there's
Yeah, I'm not a Jane.
there's
Doesn't
small
mention-
creatures.
all of which is to say that I think we're overlaying something about this kind of.
But the animal thing. Sorry, I didn't
I was
write.
gonna say, well, you could just think overlaying is kind of like metaphysical value of life.
Yeah.
And then we then say, well, we have this metaphysical value, so now a robot might also. And I think the reality is we don't even have a metaphysical value.
Oh,
of life.
but it-
even
Well, we do have
even
sen-
that is
we
just
do-
that's
we-
just a social
We
construct.
do have sentience, that we know.
Yes, but so what?
But so the question is will robots ever have it? And you seem to think that they will.
I think they will.
Yeah, but that
let me-
doesn't mean they have metaphysical entitlement to life because there's no game theory.
So let me make it.
robots
Okay.
are worth nothing. We can
Instead
turn them
of
off.
instead of humans versus robots, let's talk about what we were talking animals.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Megan O'Gliblin has this great book called God, Human, Machine, Animal. And she poses this thought.
Keep looking at this guy.
He's looking at you.
Also, we don't want to hurt. Animals suffer,
Right.
and we don't want things to suffer.
So, but
Robots
that
can't
wasn't
suffer.
always
if
the
they're-
way, though.
If they're
Wait,
sentient, if they're
no,
sentient, they can suffer if you insult
No,
them.
I'm saying robots can't suffer, but go ahead.
No,
Yeah.
So you just said like we don't want animals to suffer. Well, for thousands of years, humans didn't necessarily think animals suffered. We had lots of discussions about. There were treatises about whether cats feel pain when you bathe them, when you
Cool.
burn them for fun,
The rules-
which is what people used to
Are
do.
there kosher rules about humane slaughtering of animals?
Yeah, well, there are. It's a great Jewish value. Although now, actually, the way you slaughter an animal, the kosher style, is way worse. But
Or whatever, but that was the
But
intention.
the point
the
is,
intention was
here's the point that Megan O'Gliblin made, which I just think is really profound, which is for millennia, we used to write off animal consciousness because we used to say they're pure emotion, they don't have reason. Now we have machines that are all reason, and we're like, but they don't have emotion. They couldn't possibly be worthy of sentience.
It's not a matter of worthy, it's a matter of do they have it or do they not.
Right. But it's just sort of like if we thought that animals didn't have consciousness because they were all emotion and no reason, and now machines, which have all reason but no emotion, why then, if we're applying that logic, do they not have sentience?
I think it might be very unwise. I can't spin out exactly why, but it might be very unwise for us to start creating the notion that there's ethical complications in turning off a robot.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think you should be able to shut it off. You don't like it. You want to get the new model, whatever it is. I mean, imagine you get a robot. And
What if I shut you
quite-
off?
Well, that's my point. No, you can't shut me off because I don't want you should. I don't want to shut you off because I don't want you to be able to shut me off. But the point is that now I'm stuck with this. They don't get old and die. I have to keep her forever. I can't get the new model. I can't upgrade. It's such problems here.
Yeah,
They're
no, I mean-
machines. You shut them off.
Yeah,
They're
but-
imitating life. They're not alive.
I don't believe they're alive, so we don't have that problem anyway. You're saying that even if they did have sentience, we'd be justified in turning them
This
off.
is like
That's a good point.
Knight Rider, Kit the car. Like
Yeah.
she's just a robot car.
But you're saying if they were sentient, you'd still opt in favor of being able to turn them off. they were
Yeah.
like that.
Absolutely.
If it were the okay.
I think it's a very good point, Dan. I mean, but of course, the question you're bringing up is like, so when do we know they're sentient? And that's really hard.
I don't think they're ever
Is it
big.
sentient? Like Dan says, they're sentient, like you say.
Sentient. I think it's one of those either
I
or
think you're
situations.
right. I think it's
Tomato, tomato.
It sounds a little fancier with the ch, I think, sentient. But I don't know.
Well, in either case, yeah. When will we know? I guess that's a philosophical problem because I
okay.
don't know that you're
Let-
sentient except
Yeah,
that I
exactly.
am, and I figure, well, I'm probably not the only one.
I should ground this in experience because stories are more fun than just like deliberating. Okay, so I lived with a robot for 6 months. Most people don't do that. Most humanoid robots are in like pristine lab environments. They are not in apartments. Even the most advanced humanoid robotics companies are not deploying this stuff in apartments. So I count myself really lucky to have had a 6 months experience during lockdown when I couldn't talk to other human beings. I could talk to this robot who was not a vector of disease, unlike other human beings, and was not, I wasn't a threat to my supply of toilet paper. Like, she was this really interesting moment of just like being with this not being, this maybe pre-being, that like really kind of helped me to develop a lot of these theories about how we should be wise and intentional about how we use anthropomorphication to treat these robots. And it was just really interesting experience. Nick, we lived in like a 1 bedroom apartment, like not too far away from here. That was like 500 square feet. And so it was like, we're basically living on top of each other. And the robot was right by our stove because there was like no other place to keep her. And I had to learn how to like solder. And like, I was up late at night because all the engineers were in Hong Kong and that was their time zone teaching me how to solder. It was like, it was totally awesome and crazy. And
I
I
need the
hope
metal, not the solder, right?
yes, that is if you're doing it right, which I struggled with.
It's tempting to melt the solder, but then you don't have.
So you're a techie guy. You told me at a dinner once that you like didn't you build the seller's first website or something?
Yeah.
What was your thing? You did something kind of cheeky.
Cheeky. I think we were the first place to take online reservations.
Yeah, that's really cool.
I coded it first on a home computer, and then I moved it to the cloud, which we call the cloud now, though there was no such thing as the cloud then. I wrote in PHP, MySQL, although I had somebody help me at certain points. The first thing I wrote completely myself in, it was called Basic for
Yeah.
Microsoft Applications, I think. It was just basically a basic programming. But then during COVID, I used a scripting language to get vaccine appointments and to get groceries delivered.
Wait, what?
Yeah, because you couldn't. It's constantly you have to go try again.
Yeah.
Try again. So I
No, that's so cool.
yeah. So I was actually getting calls from people you know.
Yeah.
I heard you can get a vaccine appointment, and I would set this. I wrote this script. I would just keep trying. And the same thing for getting groceries because you couldn't get like Fresh Direct or Instacart to get appointments. I guess it was or Amazon Prime groceries. You needed an appointment slot, and they would release them. They would drip out,
Yeah.
and so I would have a thing going all night.
Yeah.
And then it would order my groceries. And
That is rad as hell.
Yeah.
You are so cool, Noam. Thank you for having me on this podcast.
Well, and then the other thing,
You tend to like men of his age.
Oh, getting hot in here.
and the other thing I did was that I
And this one's Jewish.
Longer story. I think I told you I had 3 computers voting for the Fat Black Pussycats having the best happy hour.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
That's what it was. That's
And I had
That's
the
great.
insight that they can log your IP, so you could still get dial-up connections. I got 3 dial-up modems,
Yeah.
and it was randomly connecting and disconnecting. And I had the Fat Black Pussycat win best happy hour in New York on the what was City Searches.
That is so cool.
Before we had a happy hour, and then we opened the happy hour up. And won.
Brilliant.
Why aren't you like a tech billionaire? Because you seem like the kind of guy that had the know-how before everybody else did, and would have started a company back in the '90s when it was like
I didn't
started.
have much know-how actually. None of this was actually very complicated. I just had the
Business savvy.
It's kind of like the naughtiness of like the spunk or like the personalities. Let me
But that's
let me do this.
That's how so many inventions are made.
Yeah,
Is like
yeah.
this sort of like cheekiness. Like it's like there's like an old stupid saying in like hiring for tech companies. You go to a company and you're like, who's the laziest person here? And it's like that you point to the laziest person and it's like, well, they're still here. They're making it work. They found shortcuts, and that's the person. You
Oh,
should
actually,
hire.
I got this from my father. So you're way too young, Dan. But you've heard there used to be gas lines in the
Gas
Yeah, I
lines,
remember them. I remember the gas lines, and
So
in like '77 or something.
yeah. So in the '70s were gas lines.
What
Okay.
is it? A physical thing?
Yeah, they just a big line for gas.
There was a gas shortage, so you have to.
Oh, gas lines. Oh yeah, like with the license plates, and you'd have
It was like the odd
yeah,
and even
yeah.
day.
So there were odd and even, but another thing they used was you couldn't get gas if you had a half a tank or more already.
Right.
You have to be below half a tank to get gas.
Crazy.
So what did my father do? Like the first day,
You'd siphon it out.
no, cheekier.
He would rig the gate.
He opened up the car and he put a variable resistor, like a volume pot,
Yeah.
on the gas gauge.
I love that stuff.
And
Oh, yeah.
he would just turn down the gas gauge, and get gas. So like now you don't have to be a genius
Yeah.
to know that you could turn down the gas gauge, but you got to do it.
Well, most people just don't think like that.
Well,
I mean,
Why do people?
Well, some people might think, I'm part of a society, and we have these rules exist for a reason, and I don't want to.
Oh, shut up.
one of the things I was telling you the other
No,
day.
I
was
would
saying,
think
like,
like that, but I
love
just
hearing
don't
about, like,
have the
like
energy
comedians and comedy
to do
writers, like
it.
kind
It's
of
not priority now.
getting into tech and engineering. Like there was this great story of Louis C.K.'s on Mark Maron's podcast where he talks about finding a computer on the street and actually like putting it back together and reading the personal files of the guy that was like that had the computer, who was like this like gay man in the West Village. And it was like this really interesting story, and he was like, he just casually mentioned that his mother was a computer programmer.
Yeah, Louis' mother, not.
Yeah, it's like, and so like I just find that really cool. Like there's a lot of comedians and comedy writers who have like an engineering background because they're they're tinkerers and they kind of like to deconstruct things. I mean,
And they're naughty. And they're
there's
cheeky.
naughtiness to it. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I never really took to computers. I never loved them.
Yeah. Well,
regret
you'll
that.
find your inroad. Like they're
Program from the '80s when it was just basic. I guess Pascal was the other one that they used in those days.
What I hired somebody now to do, I don't know if they can do it or not. It relates to AI. I said, I also want it to be a chatbot on the website or to be able to go to any window on ChatGPT. I want anybody to be able to go up and say, who's playing at the Comedy Cellar tonight? I'm a 30-year-old woman. Which show would I like the best? Which show do you think is the strongest? You're like, I want to be able to open the whole.
Well, how do you get that information at ChatGPT so we can use it?
Well, ChatGPT. Well, there's ways to do it. You can upload certain things to it and create like an agent. It can also access stuff. Right now,
you're talking about a custom.
Can you just
GPT?
tell it, like, if you have a conversation with ChatGPT and tell it something, is it in there? If I say, ChatGPT, my name is Dan Natterman, my favorite color is blue, it's not in there.
Not it'll know that for the rest of your conversations with
Okay.
it, but it's not like when he logs in and he's like,
what's
"What's
Dan
in?"
Natterman's favorite color?
Yeah, it won't.
Dan Natterman gay. Well, he says it.
What if I correct? What if I say, like, I correct ChatGPT and say it makes a mistake, and I correct it and it says, "Oh, you're right." So will it never make that mistake again?
No.
What kind of mistakes are you talking about?
Well, if I say, like, Ray Liotta, when did Ray Liotta die? 2023. Oh, actually, I just looked it up. It was 2022. Oh, you're right. It was 2022. So
it might update its memory of your conversations, but unfortunately, hallucinations, this is like a PSA, hallucinations are actually really, really common. Like the latest O3 model, like I was on the call with the ChatGPT engineers who were talking about it. They were like, we're so excited. In like a straight trivia contest, it only has like a 30% hallucination rate. I was like, that's crazy.
Rock seems to hallucinate less.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I once had Nick, who's like an insane trivia expert. He was on Jeopardy. He's like amazing. Go up against ChatGPT and like easily won a trivia contest. It was kind of incredible.
Anyway, so
Yeah.
So right now,
to get this information, you have to do some.
Well, right now our lineup is dynamically generated each time somebody. So it has to find a way to have it there so it can be cool. But I have actually cut and pasted our lineup page into ChatGPT and say, what do you think of these shows? Which show do you think is the best? Who would like each type of show? And it's amazing already how accurate it was. I guess it just fanned out. It looked up each comedian. It figured out what their demographics were. I mean, it does its thing, as Tyler Cowen calls it. It's witchcraft.
Yeah.
And already it was giving answers that I'd be perfectly comfortable with to the customers. But I also want to be able to tell the customers what time you need to get there, like everything. I want to. Obviously, this is where the future is going. But I would like to be able to tell people you don't even need to go to a website. You can go right to ChatGPT and ask who's playing tonight, what's on the show.
So to do that, you're saying you have to open up an agent or something like that?
You're talking about a custom GPT where it'd be like trained on specific data. So like what you can do with the pro accounts with ChatGPT is create your own personal little custom GPT.
Yeah.
And so you can feed it personal information
that
about you.
everybody can access.
Yeah, you can create a public link to it. So let's say you wanted to do DanBot, which is like a version of you on ChatGPT.
I want everyone to know my favorite color.
Yeah, you would upload all this information to it that's like, my favorite color is this, I'm gay, I love Noam,
Wait a
stuff
minute.
like that, like personal stuff.
Okay.
And then you send that link out to the public and people can be like, what's his favorite color, how is he, what's going on between the sexual tension between him and Noam.
Yeah.
And they would have all that information through the custom
But
chat.
how does ChatGPT verify that this information, or does it?
It won't verify it. It'll take whatever you upload to it as like gold.
It digests your business's Bible, and then
If you like, okay, so I have this thing called BragBot and BoringBot for my company. BragBot is trained on all the coolest things we've ever done. And so whenever I meet a new potential client, I just like, here's what they do. What are cool things we've done that, overlaps. And then I just send them a report of every cool thing we've ever done related to their stuff. And for BoringBot, I train it on all of our taxes and all of our compliance forms. And it's essentially like the world's greatest HR compliance accounting officer, except it does hallucinate a lot, and so you have to verify all the.
That would be
You just go on the
troubling for
website and
tax
Click
stuff.
here for ChatGPT, or would you do that?
I'll put a chat window on the website.
Oh,
But I-
so
but I-
right on the website you could talk to ChatGPT.
Yeah, or I mean, if ChatGPT is the best one, I have a pro account ChatGPT, but I actually want to be able to do it. I would like every LLM to be able to be asked questions about the comedies, who's playing tonight, whatever it is, and have it.
LLM meaning the language model.
Yeah, I just want to. I think that's where things are going. I asked ChatGPT the other day, like, what would be the best computer for a certain function, and it already was suggesting Amazon, stuff I could get. So
Can I tell a Comedy Cellar related story that eventually comes back to AI?
yeah,
So one of the highlights of my life was getting to shoot a TV show out of the cellar, and it was with Sarah Silverman. It was like a physics comedy show.
Dan and Sarah are good friends.
I know.
Oh, we're not
Yeah.
good friends. We're friendly.
You went to the hospital room.
I know, because there was nobody else was there.
You are
She
friends.
fainted and she needed somebody to come with her to the hospital. And Esty told me
Why?
there's no one else here.
What's going on between you and
No,
Sarah? Such that you're distancing
No,
yourself.
I just want to be fair about characterizing a
Jill,
relationship.
You guys shared a joint when I saw you last. I think you're friends. The point is, I got to shoot out of the Comedy Cellar, which was a total dream, and Sarah was so fucking cool to work with. And it was for this physics comedy pilot on National Geographic, which is now canceled, so I could talk about this. And
You can't share
I
a joint
was
and not
having
be
to come up with a
friends.
lot of stunts that would show off different physics principles. And I was using ChatGPT in this incredibly useful cross-disciplinarian way. So everyone says oh, ChatGPT, it's not perfect, but it's like a PhD level knowledge of 1,000 different fields. So when you talk about interdisciplinary knowledge, that's where ChatGPT shines. So I could say things like, okay, in Coney Island, what is a good example of centripetal force that's also kind of funny? What are stunts that are safe that we could do? And it would generate ideas, and I would iterate and iterate and iterate. It was never perfect right off the bat, but it would come up with really great suggestions based off of research of the current rides currently in Coney Island, different aspects of centripetal and centrifugal force. It was fantastic. And so I was talking with the executives, the Nat Geo Disney executives, and I was like, this is an incredible tool. It's a one-woman writer's room. There's no other writers. And I was able to generate the world's greatest writer's assistant by reading through the 50 drafts I'd written of this script to be like, oh, what stunt from last year did I write that could work for this particular application? Anyway, I'm just going off about how great it is. And they're just like,
You got in trouble for it.
yeah, I did.
I saw this coming down Main Street because I know how that's how they think.
Yeah, no, I shouldn't be talking about it now, but I'm on the WGA.
Why would you get in trouble?
Because one, the WGA fucking hates AI. Two, executives are scared of lawsuits or something. I don't fully understand. I just know entertainment is technophobic as hell and way behind the times. It's very frustrating.
When I worked in a law firm, this was cheeky. This was in 1986. I was a summer associate.
Yeah.
And I had one of these compact. I might have told you this story. I had one of these compact portable computers.
Oh, yeah.
4 laptops.
Yeah.
I tell you the story.
Oh, well, please tell me again. It's really cool.
And so in those days in a law firm, the way you would publish a document, you would read it into a dictating machine, your voice. You'd send it down to word processing. The next day it would come back up.
Yeah.
You'd make changes.
To a human being that would type it.
Yeah,
A woman.
and it would take like 3 days, and then still at some point you just have to like, okay, that's good enough, because it's never like it comes back perfect after a few things back and forth. You say, oh, that's gonna have to be good enough because it can't go on any longer. So I had my own computer, and I had an early version of Microsoft Word, which I just remembered. Early Microsoft Word was kind of like HTML. You had to put the tags in the document.
Really?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
with the bracket things?
Yeah, the bracket thing.
Yeah.
B,
Yeah.
B for bold and I for italics and
Oh my God.
U for underline. It was very much like HTML. And then it became hidden. So, and by the way, the tags are still in there. You can, with Word, you can actually show you the tags. The
Really?
tags are still in there. So,
That's fascinating.
Yeah,
That's like a
that's-
little Easter egg.
yeah, there's some setting, at least recently, as recently as a couple of years ago, you can still do it. So, and so I would I'd do the whole thing in my own document, and then I'd sneak into like they had a printing room, and I'd sneak in, I'd attach my computer to the printer, which in those days, actually, that wasn't even just an easy thing, because there were like interrupts and COM ports, there was all kinds of stuff you had to do, I'd get printed out. So anyway, one of the female partners got wind of the fact that I was doing this, and she called me into her office, and she said, I hear that you've been doing your own word processing and printing your own documents. I said, yeah. And she says, I don't know about you, but I didn't go to law school to be a secretary. Don't do that anymore. And I said to her, okay, but if just a very short time, everybody's going to be doing this. Like, it was so clear to me, like, and she said, and she didn't want to hear it. And she sent me on my way, and I still did it. I didn't stop because she asked me to. I
Yeah.
didn't give a
Good
shit.
for you.
Yeah, but that's how, and I remember, I've had few experiences in my life where I was looking at somebody and had zero respect.
Yeah.
The ratio of arrogance to incorrectness
Yeah.
was off the chart.
Like people misunderstand like the term Luddite, like who were the Luddites? It's like they pretended to be ideologically opposed to technology. They really just were personally challenged in their profession by the loom. Like they just actually they opposed the Industrial Revolution because they had their own style of like producing textiles. So it's like self-interest motivates a lot of this stuff, and it really bothers me.
What are the first jobs to go and the last jobs to go as a result of all this revolution that we maybe
Ironically, it's coders that are going.
Yeah. No, I mean, but this is true. Like literally, like Charles Babbage and Ada Lovelace, some of the first like computer programmers in the world, they were looking to automate their job because literally everyone hates math, including mathematicians. And they dreamt of a world where there could be this general purpose machine that could do all kinds of math. And it's like, that's a good thing, like there'll always be space for humans. Like I wish, essentially just like, here, my big thing, I wish humans could be more secure.
What, I have a question for you about that. So again, being old has its things to recommend it.
very few.
Nick will remember this. So I'm old enough to remember when I was in grammar school, the older kids were using slide rules.
Yeah.
And I learned how to use a slide rule. And then my father brought home a Balmar Brain when I was like 4th or 5th grade. Both was the first calculator.
Mm-hmm.
And at first, calculators were, you were ordered not to use them. You weren't, teachers, you get in trouble. You certainly could. But by now, kids bring calculators into tests, right? And the technology has been embraced.
Yeah.
Will this happen with writing
Yeah.
in such a way that where we realize, listen, you really don't need to know how to do all that anymore. It's just pointless,
Seems inevitable.
and we will not spend the time learning arithmetic that we once did.
So it's such a great question, and I just
Look at the basic skills, but then by
Yeah.
the time you're old,
I'm really interested in the philosophy of technology. I was just backpacking this weekend with a compass and a map.
Mhm.
Like, why do people do that? Because we are humans. We're complex. We love all different aspects of the human experience, including these ancient things. Like orienteering. And with the calculator example, like children in elementary school, they don't use calculators. They have to actually know their times tables still. Like we'll always need to know the analog technology, the original thing, but it is important that you also know how to use the most important tools. And it's kind of like, if you look even further back, like one of the first pieces of technology ever introduced to humans is fire. Like no other species has it. We use fire. And we've grown very dependent on fire. It's extremely hard to metabolize raw meat. You kind of need it to be like roasted. And what's good about roasting it is that it's much more calorically efficient to digest that, so you waste a lot less time and calories digesting raw meat. So our systems are pretty much built now, because enough time has gone by, for not eating raw meat. But nobody's complaining. Nobody's saying like, oh no, what happens if we lose fire? You know, like we've got to have enough sushi to process old stuff. It's like, no, we're not going to lose fire. Like there is still, people do still eat raw meat for sure, but it's like, we got it now. And look at everything it's unlocked. Like there's a reason, like cows spend so much of their days chewing, because like other species spend a lot of their time metabolizing shit. We are like zooming because we have super calorically efficient food and digestive systems. So if you really expand your horizons about what technology means, it's like, yes, there might be some losses, but just think about the gains.
Yes. Yeah.
And I'm excited I do think that there is a skill to working with AI, because like I run a company, people turn in reports to me sometimes, and I'm strongly encouraging my staff to use AI at all times. There are the occasional moments where I'll be like, did you actually read this? Because I could tell it's not just M dashes. I could tell from this, like you missed certain points that you could have made logically if you knew like the source material, the real world context.
Go ahead. I mean, why does it use M dashes all the time?
That's a great question. I've read a lot of different articles about it, and none have proffered a good theory.
I didn't even know it was called an M dash until this.
Yeah,
you know why it's called an M dash?
No.
You know why it's called M dash?
No.
Because there's two dashes. There's an M dash and an N dash. This is true. The reason is because the M dash is the length of an M, and the N dash is the length of an N. It's a
That's
shorter one.
crazy.
That is needlessly specific.
No, I'm happy to. It's a really M dash. That's kind
Good
of
to know. I think I like reading them. I just never use them. I like reading them because visually it's almost like hieroglyphics. Like it spaces things out. A comma, you have to look really carefully to see that it's not a period. It's like the M dash like visually separates a dependent modifier from the rest of the sentence.
But writing mavens will always tell you you're overusing the. I didn't even know it was such an. I thought it was a dash, hyphen. But you're overusing a hyphen. You're overusing a hyphen. It's almost like considered like a cheat. You know.
Well, I love the adaptability. Like personally, I really love emojis because like if I see like a chart emoji and then the word is like progress over time, like it just helps me remember the concept better. So like there's so many aspects, just formatting aspects of AI that I just like deeply enjoy because it can now translate everything into my language.
I was reading a book, I forgot who wrote, Jack Lang, maybe a French guy, but he feels that the AI revolution is going to be fundamentally different from the revolutions that have preceded it, mainly the Industrial Revolution, which he believes that this is not going to create more jobs than it destroys. Ultimately, a lot of humans are going to be out of work, and maybe they'll get money from the state to sustain them, but that will have a devastating psychological impact on people because they're not being productive. Anyway, I don't know that that's true.
Yeah,
I'm supposed. You have an answer for that?
I mean, I don't know that anybody can say with certainty.
I'm supposed to ask you about the third body problem, the three body problem.
Why are you supposed to ask me about the three body problem?
I'm supposed to.
Who's making you
I
ask
don't
me?
know what the three body problem
The
is.
three body problem is
You
like
gave a talk with Ken Liu.
Oh yeah.
The three body problem from Chinese and English at Harvard on the topic, and apparently this is something interesting that you can tell us.
Wait, is that from ChatGPT? Is that from ChatGPT?
No, better.
Where?
Higher authority, Nick Gillespie.
Okay, so the LLM that is Nick Gillespie is wrong. Is probably hallucinating in the old-fashioned way with some sort of drug he's on. I gave a talk with this awesome guy who's a science fiction writer named Ken Liu who translated the three body problem, which like is
I don't know what that is.
it's a sci-fi book that got made into a Netflix series, and it's a great book about aliens essentially. And we were both talking about how we use AI to write. So the substance of the
I
talk,
might have just read it wrong.
yeah, the substance of the talk was not about his book so much as how he, as a sci-fi book writer, and me as a comedy writer, science comedy
I
writer.
totally read it wrong because I was reading it hastily. Yeah. It's exactly. No, Nick got it right.
Yeah. Okay. So I won't yell at him later.
Right.
We won't talk to our marriage counselor, ChatGPT.
I'm the idiot. it says, I'll just read it right. Sarah works with OpenAI to promote using ChatGPT among creatives, including comedy writers. She recently gave a talk with Ken Leo, is that what it is?
Yeah, I think so.
A big deal science fiction writer and the translator of the three-body problem from Chinese into English. I read that as you discussed the three-body problem with this.
Have you read the book? It's really good.
No, I have not.
Strongly.
It's a Chinese written.
It's a Chinese sci-fi book, but it's a really big deal, I will say, because it's like, it's a big deal for many reasons. It's a great sci-fi book, but it's also like the first depiction of the Cultural Revolution by a Chinese author that shows how horrible the Cultural Revolution is. That's just the first part of the book, but to me, it's revolutionary and worth it just for that historical artifact. But anyway, yeah, we talk about how to use AI while writing because a lot of people think it's just going to automate us, but it's not. It's going to augment people. I really do think that. So, like, essentially, I can't watch stand-up anymore outside of places like The Cellar because it's just often so bad. And I do think that AI is going to take a lot of mediocre comedians and put them out of a job. Same thing with a lot of people. And you're going to just have to be that much better using these tools. It is just going to make all of humanity have to level up a bit. And there is going to be, I do think, like probably a very strong...
Until we can't level up anymore, until we've reached our capacity to level up as humans.
So I don't, especially when
long
it comes
way
to
from
comedy,
I think comedy will be the last to go, yes.
comedy, I don't think it'll ever be the last to go. Here's why. Comedy is, like, fundamentally a big aspect of it is, is being unpredictable. The irony of these systems is they are built on predictability algorithms. Like, the whole way that AI works is, what's the letter most likely to come after L? What's the word most likely to come after I'm? What is the sentence most likely to come after, ask not what you could do for your country? Like, it's, mess it up. Like, it's all about prediction. And comedy is all about, like, unpredictable. And so really, really original comedians are people like Nathan Fielder and Eric Andre and John Wilson and these people who are doing things.
I didn't hear my name in that, that's right.
And Dan
That was two things.
I mean,
First of all,
at least as a courtesy you had mentioned.
I've heard this thing about this thing about AI being like a huge supercharged like predictive word thing,
Yeah.
but
And predictive pixel for degenerative.
predictive pixel, but it doesn't explain to me how it's insightful about logical flaws.
Mhm.
So there's obviously something else going on there.
So I've tried to research a lot of this, like what is the math underneath these layers of neural networks, and it's essentially like emergent order. Like, are you familiar with the concept of emergent order? Like, so Joseph Schopenhauer is like a economist who had this idea that was
Joseph Schumpeter. You
yeah.
said Schopenhauer, I think?
Oh,
I thought you
Schumpeter.
said Schopenhauer.
Yeah, not Schopenhauer.
Schumpeter.
Thank you. Not Schopenhauer, Schumpeter. He had this concept called emergent order that's like, so like birds, like when they're flying, how do they all know to fly in like a flock, like that looks kind of like ordered? And similar things with like the economy. How is it that there's all these tiny little points of data, when you stand back, they look like there's an order to it? And it's kind of similar with AI. Like, there's math at the very base level of like reinforcement learning about, that's correct, that's not correct. But when you zoom out the macro level, it's really kind of like, I think it's still mystifying to the engineers themselves why it is so sophisticated. Like, the math itself at the very base level works, but like the more you zoom out, it's really kind of like
Okay.
mystifying.
Yeah. What were you talking about just right before this thing? I could.
You're talking about
That Dan Knighton's the greatest
Nathan
comedian.
Oh, the comedians.
And
So yes.
very original, and just my favorite
So
of all the comedians.
I had the same thought.
too late.
If you listen to what ChatGPT can do, I think if you reverse engineer it, it's very similar to what you just said. It can tell you what's generic in genres, as it were, that you're not familiar with, that you might be overly impressed with. So, for instance, if you ask the AI music engines to do something that's jazz or gospel, it will produce stuff like that to my like, oh my god, that's so clever, like certain idioms, whatever it is. But then I realize, oh, well, it's actually kind of a generic thing I'm hearing because that's why ChatGPT is doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have the familiarity with jazz or gospel
Right.
music to
It's
know
why,
this.
it's why a layman might have a ChatGPT joke and be like, "That's amazing,"
Yeah.
you know?
So, but
Yeah.
so right. So, but to actually move any genre forward requires it would require some randomness in the GPT or the equivalent of randomness, which is like just a person with an outlook on things is influenced by the past, but he's able to do something in a way that no one's ever thought to do it before.
Yeah.
Which that's what randomness would be in a GPT, in my opinion. And then but I think it will do that. Will somehow teach it to spit out 1,000 different random things, and
Yeah.
we will identify. Oh,
Exactly.
that's good.
And then-
that's
and
good.
then-
We'll
and-
go that way, and that'll become a new genre.
And then what it cannot do, even if it could write the greatest jokes in the world, is necessarily deliver them in a satisfying way.
Well, so then that's what I used to
that's
think.
the easier part.
That's what I used to think, and then Google Veo came out this week.
Yeah.
Take a look at it. It did like a couple of people have generated stand-up comedians delivering jokes, and while the jokes are nonsensical, I was really impressed by the video of a completely AI-generated comedian delivering the joke. It looks like a very standard TikTok comedian delivering a joke, and I was actually
Heck.
but not
Hacks are
bad.
funny. Hacks
Yeah,
are funny.
they're successful. So I was actually pretty impressed. I'm really into AI video generation. Last year, I did this show where I asked people to send me their like psychedelic hallucination stories, and then I would generate them using AI video because it was like, this is the perfect application.
Oh my
You
god,
don't
that's
have consistent
genius.
characters. It's fine if the video looks weird and kind of trippy. And then I had this big show where I showed people how I made them, and then asked people what it felt like seeing their psychedelic trip rendered,
That's
like in just like a
fucking
minute-long clip.
genius.
It was really, it's a fascinating application of the technology because a lot of people are asking dumb questions about like, oh, is AI just going to replace X, Y, and Z? And it's like, what is it going to do that hasn't been done before? You know, like there's whole new avenues that could not have been done,
Yes.
like therapy. Like imagine if there was like a way to use AI video generation in therapy for reconstructive fiction. Like you could imagine yourself like telling your father off for beating your mother and like and making a
Vice
video.
versa.
Yeah.
In my house, yeah.
Oh no. Well, we're learning a lot. Okay.
If anybody were hit something, it would be the mother hitting the
That was
father in my house.
the most casual M dash drop of the podcast.
Final thing.
No, I am so. Wait, what? Final thing?
We're an hour and a half already. So we can come again.
So many.
My feeling about technology, despite all this stuff, which obviously excites me,
Chez BoursoBank, vous économisez jusqu'à 252 € par an sur vos frais bancaires. Difficile de trouver mieux ailleurs. Sauf dans le prochain morceau. BoursoBank.
on the whole, right now, it seems to me we've achieved or are imminently about to achieve all the breakthroughs that all the science fiction writers imagined. And what they didn't imagine was the downside of it, which is how these technologies.
Wait, science fiction writers didn't imagine the downside?
what?
That's all of science.
No, they imagined like Soylent Green as people.
Yeah.
They didn't imagine that this phone would never give you a moment of peace, that you would.
Well,
wanna
all
be
those
able to say,
hustlers
where were you? I was out. That you'd get text messages and feel the obligation to return them, like that your attention would be divided all the time. All the things that we're struggling
Sure.
with from technology. And I'm at the point right now. I want to keep ChatGPT on this side of what I'm saying. I'm ready to say I don't need another fucking thing from technology except medical breakthroughs. If at this late stage of the game, if these technologies don't start adding up to real breakthroughs in medical technology such that I can live
Oh, there has been.
longer, well, I still see a lot of old people suffering. I'm saying I want to know that I can live to 100 years old and not a decrepit 100 years old, but a gratifying
100 enough for you?
a gratifying
Oh,
whatever. I'm just saying that technology, like, it's accomplished almost everything we imagined. And I think that might be an actual, I don't know if it's just a failure of imagination. I think it might actually be a real limit. I mean, it's going to optimize these things, do these things all better and better and better. But this ChatGPT and AI, this is the last horizon, I think, of how much better could my life get
Well, I'll
by
tell
any
you,
technology
you-
than
you-
what Jack
you- I mean,
your life.
what do I need?
Your life maybe not.
He's
but
in the
people that-
Middle East.
Well, but your life maybe not. But there are people that go to jobs that they hate. They're doing drudge work, and maybe if they could be liberated from that,
You just
that
said
would
it'd be bad for them because they wouldn't be productive.
right. Well, we have to find a happy medium.
I can't believe we just heard Noam Dorman say the problem is there's not going to be enough problems to solve. The one good thing about humans is there's always more problems to
But
solve.
no,
I didn't say that.
And we're actually
I said,
creating
that's the problem. He said
more
that's the
of them
problem,
actively.
which I understand.
I'm saying that the law of diminishing returns, you take the good with the bad, but I really do miss, and many people do miss, a time, a kind of peace of mind and a carefreeness and an ability to just
Unplug.
check out, unplug, that existed before this technology, and it crept
Yeah.
up insidiously, right?
I
want some benefits from it more than just more efficient searches on subject matters. I want better health.
yeah, I think, okay, so
And that
many,
technology is slow as molasses. I mean,
Health?
stage 4 breast cancer, couldn't do anything about it in the 70s, can't do anything about it now.
okay,
Oh, but
I'm going
it's
to
detected.
completely wrong of like the health applications of AI by far are exponentially important. Here's the
Parkinson's disease, I'm not seeing any
Give
progress.
it time. I'm saying
exactly. So here's the big
Alzheimer?
thing. Google's DeepMind about a year ago, they just got the Nobel Prize for using Google's DeepMind AI to map the human completely map a protein, which doesn't sound very impressive, but it's huge for making new medicines. Like it is absolutely massive. And there are so many repercussions of this. I know somebody whose life was saved recently by ChatGPT. Her name is Bethany Crystal. She had blood work done. The blood work was done on a Friday. The doctor wasn't open till a Monday. She was feeling really weird and having spots on her legs. She fed it to ChatGPT. It said, go to the ER immediately.
Yeah.
She had 0 platelets. The time she got to the ER, they were like, that you couldn't have wasted one more moment. And those stories are going to be more and more common. I'm already using it. I strongly recommend using it, by the way. Upload your blood work and ask it, what should I buy from Whole Foods? What are the groceries I should buy given all my deficiencies? Like, it's just, give it a shot. Oh my God. Like,
Don't
there's a
misunderstand it.
great New York Times article, by the way, about how ChatGPT is better at diagnosing illnesses than doctors, and than doctors using ChatGPT, which is fucking crazy.
I said on this podcast 7 years ago that computers are going to be better than doctors very, very soon. You remember me saying this, Dan?
I don't know, but they already know more than doctors know. That's
so
for sure.
I agree with you 100%. I'm not saying it's not going to happen. I'm saying right now, I'm 62 years old. This is more urgent to me than it is for you.
You look good for 60.
Thank you. I want these things to happen now because it's really all my technological dreams have been solved.
Then give it a chance. Upload all of your blood work. Seriously,
But
upload all of your...
that'll buy them a few years at best.
That's a lot!
Well, we want 30, 40, 50 more years
Oh
of
my God,
good
you
health.
guys. This reminds me, this is like, okay, I sound like such a sycophant, but this reminds me of another Louis C.K. bit when he's on a plane and the Wi-Fi is not working. And he's like,
Yes.
this is, what is a disgrace? And it's like you're flying through the air at like 30,000 feet and you like don't have immediate access to all of the information online. It's like, have some perspective here. So like, don't have time. No, you really do. Okay, I will say this about there's a great quote from E.O. Wilson that I really believe.
Who?
E.O. Wilson.
Sociobiology.
He says almost all of humanity.
Consilience.
Oh yeah, that's his thing. And
He's the father of sociobiology.
Yeah.
And he wrote a book, Consilience, is like the master theory of all disciplines combined. I didn't read it.
And I just know this one quote from him. Just like most of humanity's problems can be traced to the intersection of these three things: primordial intelligence, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. And I think that's
Say it
pretty
again.
good. Primordial intelligence.
Primitive.
Yeah, or primitive.
In other words, our brains evolved to solve primitive issues,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we have so many vestiges. Like,
hunger threats.
Yeah, exactly. And then medieval institutions. These are a lot of these institutions have, I mean, I would say they're a little bit more enlightenment, but a lot of them, like the church, it's like, medieval institutions and then godlike technology. And that's certainly true today when it comes to godlike technology. So I'm very bullish on technology. I'm a little bit,
And the only one of the three that can change are the institutions.
I agree. That's what I'm
we can get new
saying.
institutions, but we can't get new brains.
Yeah.
And the godlike
I do
technology
think-
is not going anywhere.
So I do think that here's a future. There are certain parts of technology that allow us to be more of ourselves. So, for example, plastic. It gets a very bad rap because of it's not biodegradable. But plastic actually saves us from using wood. That is like usually what people use if they don't use plastic. And so this new technology actually allows us to not tear down the forest. And there's many examples of technology actually allowing us to be more attuned to nature. And I do think there's actually going to be new technology that allows us to unplug, that allows us to have all of the benefits of interconnectivity, but also a lot more connection with each other once we evolve past screens, let's say.
Well, let's end where we started. You know who gets to unplug? The religious Jews.
Yes. Digital
But really,
Shabbat.
there is a wisdom in this
The Sabbath?
in the Sabbath,
Really
almost
is.
as if it saw this coming.
Mm-hmm.
Because the game theory of it all is that I just cannot answer my text because people say, "Why the fuck isn't he answering me?" They don't have that problem in the Orthodox community. Everybody knows it's Shabbat. He's not going to be answering text. You don't, and this must be wonderful.
Yeah,
What I
like
would-
the purge.
Yeah.
You could join that community, I suppose.
Well,
You have the beards.
I
in.
may do it just to pretend.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's smart.
I don't know if one.
You tell everybody, I'm Shabbos.
just and
Show
go
the
home,
Shabbos.
just so I go home and watch TV.
No, but that's great. I think I think we should totally do that. I mean, it's all just cultural institutions. Like we really should. I mean, I went backpacking this weekend, and I told everybody I was going to be gone, and everyone understands that. Like it just.
The whole weekend in the woods.
Yeah, it was awesome. Oh my god, there was a rainbow. It was fantastic. Just you can unplug. I give you permission.
It's very hard for me. I often say that the only
Well,
the
that's
two
the-
most
that's a
peaceful
you
times
problem.
in my adult life have been COVID and 9/11.
Oh my god.
Because those are the times like it happened.
Yeah.
Business was closed.
Yeah. No, I
Nothing
get
I
it.
can do about it. Because when you own a business, I keep a landline by my bed. And it rings a few times a year because of an emergency
Is it red?
in the middle of the night. It's not red, but like
Gorbachev's on the other.
Yeah.
you never totally tune out when you own a business.
Yeah,
especially
totally.
when
Yeah,
it's
I
open at night.
understand.
Yeah. Oh my
As
god.
opposed to someone who does another job, they clock out and then they're out.
Yeah.
Well, I have one thing to
Yeah.
say about Noam's point about technology. Oh, our technological dreams have come true or whatever. I think there is one technology where we're done. We're done. It's finished. That's music. There's nowhere to go. We got every song available
There's
instantly.
always someplace.
There's nowhere to go. What's the next breakthrough in music? I mean, unless writing new music, but in terms of we've gone from LPs to CDs to
Listening to music?
I'm saying listening to music.
Oh no, digital's here to stay.
But I'm saying there's nowhere to go with streaming is the final frontier.
Streaming is fine, yes.
That's
What
it.
about
We're done. We're
I
done.
mean, there's a couple of cool things. Have you ever had those belts where you can feel the bass? They were first developed for deaf people, but you can now have experiences where you can feel the bass inside your body. It's pretty cool.
It's still streaming, but it's a speaker.
Yeah.
All right. Well, maybe that's.
So there's more to go.
Maybe
Yeah.
there's very little juice left to squeeze out of that.
Well, it's something like that. All right, already the difference we have to go. Difference between
If we're having a tough time unplugging from this podcast.
the difference between a 1080, like an HD television picture, and a 4K picture, you can tell, but it's not nearly the same bang as between HD and standard definition. Now they're having 8K TVs. I'm like, really? Like, I guess
Oh,
they can't
dude.
resist.
I worked
Yeah.
at
You see, I can't imagine it's that
one of my clients with Sphere in Las Vegas, like the big Sphere.
I went there, yeah.
Yeah, it was really, really cool. I worked on the robots in the lobby. What's it? It's really cool. But what's cool about it, and one of the things I programmed them to talk about is that Sphere is actually a huge advance in technology. 20,000 people in a room. So technology is not a straight line just making us more divided and atomized and disconnected. Sometimes it actually can create more connectivity and more interpersonal connectivity.
Well, yeah, I think a lot of technology has. The internet has.
Yeah, talk about connectivity. Yeah.
It's divided as it brought us apart at the same time.
Yeah.
It brought us together at the same time.
Well, it's having a terrible effect on. I mean, free speech is having a negative effect on free speech in its own weird way, where people.
It's easy to measure the negatives. I'm like a pretty optimistic person. It's just the negative. We have loss aversion, so like the
Yeah,
negatives
sure.
hurt so much more than the positives feel. We take the
Would
positives
agree.
for granted, and then the negatives are the things that we can only focus.
I agree with you 1,000%. I'm observing the negatives. I'm not.
Has that ever happened in the history of this podcast?
I agree with somebody else.
Yeah.
That's his first time.
This is the
Yeah,
first time.
Woo! Quite a bit. Quite a bit.
But it is a daunting problem we have. They used to tell us that sunlight was the best disinfectant, meaning that the truth would out.
Yeah, no.
But actually, what we're seeing now is that people are more attracted to what they want to hear than they are even to the truth, and people are resorting to their bubbles, and they don't want to. The truth is not outing. People don't want to know the truth, and somehow, though we always had free speech, but we had gatekeepers which corralled the conversation into one pen, which then did somehow force us to kind of see this battle and decide what was true.
Yeah.
But now that doesn't exist anymore. They're over there, and I don't know how this all
Here's a great concluding thought.
finishes, right?
All right.
Here's a great
Scary,
concluding
'Cause
thought.
I'm getting hungry. Yeah.
That's why I fucking love this podcast. I am like such a fan because the conversations you facilitate on here are the perfect antidote for the kinds of conversations we had online. Your most recent episode with Jesse Single and the other guy, Ross, whatever.
Yeah, I'm gonna
That was
listen to
a
it after
perfect
that.
example of like,
She likes the episodes. I'm not.
yeah.
I was
no,
happy
he's
about
my
that
favorite.
episode.
I thought that was fantastic.
I love those guys.
I think it was just like, and you facilitate conversations like that all the time. And so I think all the problems you're identifying, you're the one helping to solve them.
That's so nice of you.
I'm a
Did you notice that the adjective of what I wanted to say about Judaism did not come to my mind? You know, as you get older, I mean, I can remember being 16 and not being able to remember Lola Falana's name. I just remember that for some reason. She was a 70s, I say, is it Lena Horne? I was saying, not Lena Horne, Lola Falana. But of course, when you're 16, it never occurred to me that this could be a sign of cognitive decline.
That happens to me all the
Yes.
time.
And right, it happens. It's a constant through your life.
Mhm.
But then you get to a certain age, and you can't remember somebody's name. Well, I couldn't come up with just the right adjective to describe the worthiness or the. I still can't. The adjective still don't come to my mind. What is about?
You know what
Jewish
you could
culture,
use
let's
to
say.
solve this?
ChatGPT. I do all the time,
It's so good as that's the word.
and it scares the fucking shit out of me. And literally during this whole conversation, it's been nagging like, would I
Describe the word. Let's see if we can troubleshoot this.
I just wanted to say that in
Troubleshoot.
general, it's a culture which has proven itself to be beneficial. Maybe that's what it's a culture which is clearly
Durable?
beneficial to the people who are members of it.
Hmm.
You can
From like a utilitarian standpoint.
that they're successful and they're smart and they do well, and even when they except they are a bit much and people tend to want to oppress them, but
Gonna do well.
but you know, if you look at those trite statistics about Jews are 0.3% of the population and 25% of the
Oh, my family forwards me the emails.
These are actually real things, right?
Yeah.
So, like I say, objectively, you can make the case. This is clearly a culture that's beneficial to its
And you could do similar things with other cultures. It's just like essentially, I think it's in the best way possible. It's a pro-life culture. It's like
Yes.
it celebrates the good things in life, and that's
Well, pro-life, but but very also pro-choice.
Yes.
I couldn't. The word didn't come to me to describe it, so I said it's very good. You know,
Good work, Stu.
yeah, good. So I do think, and by the way, as you get older, you do. You have a latency, so you're slower. There's very few. This is not an original observation. There's very few Jeopardy champions who are in their 60s.
Yeah, speed is a really big thing there.
Speed
But
for-
there's a very good quote about intelligence versus wisdom. So intelligence is knowing that a tomato is a fruit, but wisdom is knowing not to put it in a fruit salad.
All right, Sarah Siskind or Siskind.
Sarah Rose is good.
Sarah Rose.
Yeah, one of those. Yeah, Sarah Rose Siskin.
Do I always have to? Do you always use the rose?
I do, because there's a country singer named Sarah Siskin taking up all my name real estate.
Oh, I didn't know.
Jewish country singer?
I guess so. Yeah.
But you're not. But if I don't call you and say, "Hey, Sarah Rose," it's only when
No.
you're saying the name.
Yeah, it's just for the. Yeah, I want to sound like I shot at president. You know, Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yeah, no, that usually.
I was gonna, Candace Owens calls him Lee Oswald Harvey. That's what she says. She goes, Lee
even get it right.
Oswald Harvey, who was shot by Jacob Rubenstein. That's what she says. Yeah. All right.
Well, he was shot by Jacob Rubenstein.
Don't get me started on Candace Owens. Okay, Sarah Rose Siskin, we're very happy to have you. It's a great conversation. We will have you again. I love to have you.
I would love that. Maybe we'll have Nick on too.
Can
And
we have the robot on? Can we bring the robot?
The robot? Oh my god, the robot. I love how you say that.
Dan's good at that stuff. Yiz, and you guys have a marital problem.
Yeah.
I'd very much like to.
Well, we'll bring Juanita on too, and we'll like hash it out together.
Juanita, she's
Has she been on the podcast?
yeah, she comes all the time, but not as a guest.
Nice.
Listen, my wife is awesome. Okay,
She's so cool.
my wife is awesome. Okay, good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Oh, that was great. Okay.
Live from the table, the official podcast for the world famous Comedy Cellar. I am here with Noam Dwarman, the owner of the Comedy Cellar. I am Periel Ashenbrand, the producer of the show. Dan Natterman is on a cruise and as such will not be joining us
Oh.
today. Good evening, everyone. We have two very special guests today. Ross Barkan is a columnist for New York Magazine and a contributing writer to the New York Times Magazine. He's the editor-in-chief of the Metropolitan Review, a new books and culture review magazine, and his new novel, Glass Century, is out now. Welcome back to the show, Ross Barkan.
Very excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. And our other very special guest is Jesse Singal, former writer.
Single?
Single?
Singal.
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh.
Go ahead.
And our other very special guest is Jesse Singal, former writer at large at New York Magazine, co-host of Blocked and Reported, and author of The Quick Fix: Why Fad Psychology Can't Cure Our Social Ills. Welcome to the show.
Thank
All right, I'm very happy to have you guys here. So let me say, so Perry Hunt just screwed everything up, but I first of all,
You've been very anti-Periel
well,
since you walked
yeah,
in, to be honest.
so I saw you guys beefing on Twitter, and this is from the bottom of my heart. I said, these are two of the people that I know that I hold in the inner circle of the most reasonable people, the most good-natured about disagreeing, and the people whose opinions I most feel that I have to really, really consider before I dismiss them.
Mhm.
And now they're fighting. And I said, this was hurtful to me. I swear to God. I said, this is
It's like seeing your
of all the
parents
ones who
fight.
shouldn't be fighting. It's these two guys. These two guys should be hanging out. So I said, do you guys want to come on the show and talk about it? And you both agreed to it. So, but I thought, things like that could go bad. I said, so what we should start by doing is let me get a bottle of wine and we'll pour some wine on the air and we'll have a toast just to put things in the right spirit of a conciliatory conversation. And then of course Peril,
Stop.
Peril just opens the bottle and
Stop,
and
pause,
pours it.
pause. And yet Noam, who had been sitting across the table from me for the past hour, did not mention a word of this to me, just said, here's a bottle of
No,
wine.
I didn't even say that.
But-
I asked Johnny to take up the wine,
Okay,
and you said I'll bring it.
And I
Really
kindly,
mad.
But you had no idea what I wanted to.
but how come you didn't tell me, hey Periel, if you're gonna nicely offer to save one of my waiters a trip upstairs?
You're right.
Oh, what?
Yes, but it's not flattering. The reason that you're right is not flattering to you, but yes, you're right. I
You
should have
should've-
left nothing to chance.
You should have said, don't open it
Yes,
because.
why would it occur to you that maybe he has something intended with this wine? And it doesn't matter. Let's just.
Why would
so
it
let's have-
occur to you that if you're not here, it's nice to say, hi guys, welcome? That it's also coming for me, it's nice to welcome them with a glass
I'll
of
tell
wine.
you why. Then we're gonna move on
Mhm.
because I've never done that before. Okay.
Baruch atah
Cheers, everybody. Periel doesn't get any.
Periel
You
doesn't
want some-
want, no, I don't want any.
Tiana, you want some wine? Okay.
No, and she needs to be sober.
So, I'm going to read what it was that I saw,
Hell yeah.
and then I'll let you guys take it from there. So this was April 20th.
That was 420. Wow.
Yeah, 420. 420 years ago. Okay. Ross Barkin. It's good to see the 2010s and the early 20s, quote, anti-woke writers and intellectuals who still defend the First Amendment during Trump 2.0. Shout out to Zaid Jilani, Michael Tracy, Glenn Greenwald, and Andrew Sullivan. I'm sure I'm forgetting some. And then the hapless Aaron Gittleman chimes in.
I love Aaron. Aaron's a good guy.
I don't even know who he is. Chimes in, Jesse's single too. And then Ross wasn't going to take that lying down. Yeah, but I'm a hater because he reaped what he sowed on anti-trans. I suppose to a degree Sullivan did as well, but I think Sullivan is a better and more interesting writer. Single is like replacement level Dem opinions coupled with trans obsession. Kind of weird, honestly. And then he continues. I guess he took another swig of his whiskey. Jesse could have written like 2 Substack pieces. One on the Leah Thomas thing, crossing the line. Another on how the UK is right about banning transitioning for minors, and called it a day. But he made anti-trans his shtick, his hustle, and he got the GOP he wanted.
Okay.
All right, Ross.
I'll say.
Is there anything you want to walk
yeah,
back there?
Yeah, I do. I honestly, yeah. Twitter X. I was being too much of a hater. Yeah, there are parts I will not, but yeah, I think generally speaking.
Okay, so why don't we do it this way? Why don't I don't let you.
I was too much of a hater.
Why don't we
I'm
strike
less of
that
a
from
hater.
the record?
Less of a hater in person.
Why don't you strike that from the record?
I
Yeah.
should say
Yeah.
quickly, there's been a lot of online fighting and bullshit. I think Ross is the first person who like agreed to an actual discussion, so whatever other
Yeah.
disagreements, I want to give him credit for that. I've like
Which actually bore out my feeling about him.
yeah.
Yeah. No, I was like talking things out. No,
So strike that from the record
some of it
and
was
make your
far-
point. Make your
some
point.
of it was far
I
too
am a
personalized.
mediocre writer. I don't disagree with that. Anyway,
I should not have called you mediocre,
I don't,
right?
that's the least
Is-
important part of it.
Or hustle. I apologize. I have a hustle too, but I apologize for that. Those too many bars. No, I think I was speaking from a place of frustration, which is not Jesse's fault. Honestly, it's not Jesse's fault. Where it feels on the Republican side now the hostility to trans people is deeply personalized and deeply nasty. And I have friends who are
Yeah.
trans, I have family who are trans, and so for me, I've been emotionally tied up with it because while, as I said in my tweet, I think there's a lot of places we would agree, honestly, where there were many excesses in the trans movement of the 2010s and into the 20s with women's athletics, Leah Thomas breaking all the records at Penn. I mean, that
We
that
just
was not
switched from
good.
one
Not
extreme
something
to
that should have
another.
happened. And like I said, the discussion.
What's your argument for why that shouldn't have happened?
My argument would be that when it comes to athletics, you need real gender-specific guidelines that
You
I'm not-
it's like biological sex specific.
I think so. If I think for athletics, yes. I'm sort of with the Martina Navratilova position that women and men have to compete separately.
Yeah.
That's just how it works. And someone who transitioned a few years ago and heads into women's sports does have an unfair advantage. I as a sports fan myself, very sympathetic to that argument. I would say, and also transitioning before 18. I think when you're 18, you should do whatever you want. You're an adult,
Except vote. Go ahead.
except vote. Get voted.
Oh, except drink. I'm sorry. Except
Oh,
drink.
great.
Yeah.
I would probably lower that to 18. I would make it a straight 18. Under 18, I have questions about having a child and a teen, take very, serious hormones that are irreversible. Again, I'm not the expert here, but yeah, that's something I, have concerns about. It's not something that excises me a lot. I don't have kids, so it's not really an issue I care too much about. But I recognize, the position, and the UK has banned it, right? So it's not that it's not a fringe position. So it's something I'm very sympathetic to as well. And then the other, what was the third? There's a third point.
Obsession.
Sorry.
The obsession part.
Oh, so I think I think there is too much focus on the trans issue from all sides. To be honest, it's a very small part of the population, and that doesn't mean you don't report on it. Doesn't mean you don't write about it. Doesn't mean you don't talk about it. I find on the right and the left, and this is bipartisan, there is far too much energy and attention given. The left has, in the past, I think it's changing in the Democratic Party, but,
I kind of
definitely
agree.
sort of naive views on gender.
Yeah.
And I think the right is openly bigoted and hostile. And
Yeah.
I see that with the evolution of MAGA, where it is now, how, the first Trump campaign didn't talk about trans issues. Trump 2016, even Trump 2020 wasn't interested in it really. But by 2024, it is central to the campaign. It's an issue. It's an issue that proved to be a winning issue. I'm more skeptical on how. I think the ad was effective. The she's for they them. I think there are other deciding factors in that election.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it on that ad.
But no,
Anything involving wokeness, actually.
no, I agree with that. Yeah.
Well, no, I don't want to cut you off, but
Yeah.
wrap it up so Jesse can answer.
Oh, so in conclusion, my general non-barbed, calm in-person take. Again, I take back the invective. I didn't mean it. It's Twitter. You're popping things off, as you know, in like 6 seconds. My general take is there are issues I agree with you on with it. I do think the Republican Party has become deeply bigoted and hostile. And that bothers me.
You will not be surprised. I'm just going to go on a limb that
And I know Jesse's on the left as well.
he's going to agree with you about the
I know.
bigotry of the right.
I know, and so I don't blame you. I take that. I don't blame you for it. It's not your fault. My concern is that there has been a lot of focus on this issue, and it has something that has been weaponized, and things get weaponized, right? I've done written things that probably have gotten weaponized, but that is a concern I have. So I'll stop talking and go ahead.
Mr. Sinwar?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is sort of what I expected would happen. I find there's a lot of online discourse where I ask, someone will get mad at me, usually much madder than you were, to be fair. And I'll be like, what do you disagree with me about? And they sort of struggle to come up with an answer. So in this case, it sounds like you're talking about the hypothetical idea of my work being weaponized. And I think, in much the same way you seem to start to reject that, I just reject that. I think, okay, so like Libs of TikTok, who spends every day tweeting out videos of like they, them teachers with blue hair who are just frankly random nobodies and who represent 0.001% of teachers and is trying to construct a moral panic.
Yeah.
The more highbrow version of that, I think, is Chris Rufo, who's not wrong about everything, but is very open about his idea. He wants to fight basically a war against liberal institutions. I'm just not, in my situation, like I'm among online asshole, Noam's arch enemy, other roles. Like I am a science journalist. I've written a book about sort of shoddy scientific ideas and how they impact society. And this is a beat I found myself in part because back when I started writing about it, there wasn't anyone else on the left covering it, and
Yeah.
I think there's major. I've gotten. I don't want to say radicalized because it hasn't changed my politics, but if you come at this from a place of like the little bit of knowledge I have about how to read and evaluate studies, and you see what medical experts are saying about these treatments, and then you talk to the families, and then you talk to the kids, I just think what's going on is really bad in terms of the exaggerations. The claim that you give kids these treatments, it will ameliorate their suicide, and if you don't give them the treatments, they will kill themselves. I just think that's the gravest, most serious claim a medical professional can make to a parent who's genuinely trying to figure out how to help their kid. And it pisses me off a little bit because I think everyone has a right to good information about treatments they're considering, first and foremost, trans adults and trans kids themselves. So the way I interpreted your tweets is, I don't know, it's just like, what should I do? Is it like Trump was elected, so I should take the next, like, push off my book on this and not write about it because it'll weaponize it? What do you mean by the weaponizing part?
I guess I want to clarify to your position so I don't mischaracterize them. So when one is 18, do you think they should be free to pursue these treatments and medications? I'm not an expert, but do you think once you are an adult, you should have the right to access these kinds of treatments?
Yeah, I think on balance, I also, that's through this protocol called informed consent, where the doctor gives you hopefully a thick stack of paper laying out like what the potential risks and benefits are, and you decide as a legal adult of sound mind you want to do that. I'm in favor of that. I also think we're at the point where, in terms of the gap between what doctors say and what the evidence is, that like a few doctors basically need to get sued at this point for misleading their patients. But fundamentally, I think I have like a pretty libertarian stance for adults. I think, that being said, if I'm going to be honest, there's like a part of me that's a little bit queasy because you talk to parents who's, there's just like some really fucked up cases, and in terms of the parents who reach out to me, it's selecting for the fucked up cases.
Right.
So maybe for every fucked up case I hear about, there's 100 cases where kids flourish. I'm a little bit skeptical of that, but you're talking about a 17-year-old on the autism spectrum, history of eating disorders, suicide attempts. There is part of me where like I don't feel like I can back off of my belief about 18, but a kid who's 17 years old and 11 and a half months and has all these problems, sometimes they've had problems with psychosis. The idea that the second they turn 18, I'm a little bit skeptical of that. As I'm
Did you make it 21? Do you have an age? Like for me, it's like once you're an adult, you should be able to do
I think,
what you
yeah,
want
basically,
with your body. That's my feeling. At 18, you
I think it probably
have that right.
has to be 18. I will say the more
Yeah. You'd push it you'd push it back to like 21.
No, I think I'd have to stick to 18. Just
with reservations.
Yeah, and
But if it was your child, you'd prefer them to wait to 21.
yeah, well, but that would depend a huge amount on things like if they'd felt that way since they were 3. I mean, the major point of conflation here, it used to be that the kids who got these treatments had felt that way for many years since they were little. That was like a prerequisite for going through what was called the Dutch Protocol. These days, like those guidelines are out the window now. I say that these treatments have been banned in about half American states, so there's a huge difference between like if you're in Alabama. I mean, it's all going through the courts. We're going to know in June the Supreme Court decision, but I'm really just talking about blue states. They don't tend to follow guidelines like that. I broke a story for The Economist about a detransitioner who went into one of the most famous gender clinics in the country at UCLA. First visit, prescribed puberty blockers. That was age 12. Age 13, testosterone. Age 14, double mastectomy. She got more rather than less suicidal along the
I'm
way.
not interested in
Now
this
she's 20,
conversation.
back to being a woman, and she's suing. And that was one of the most famous gender.
Okay, let's go to this.
La cuisine en extérieur devient meilleure avec les barbecues électriques Ninja Woodfire. Préparez vos authentiques pizzas en moins de 3 minutes. Cuisinez vos grillades et fritures à l'air facilement. La cuisine en extérieur devient meilleure avec Ninja.
Fucking long ad. God.
Then, welcome to Huberman Lab Essentials, where we revisit past episodes for the most potent and actionable science-based tools for mental health, physical health, and performance.
And now, my conversation with Dr. Lex Friedman.
We meet again.
We meet again. I have a question that I think is on a lot of people's minds, or ought to be on a lot of people's minds. What is artificial intelligence? And how is it different from things like machine learning and robotics?
So I think of artificial intelligence first as a big philosophical thing. It's our longing to create other intelligent systems, perhaps systems more powerful than us.
Mhm.
At the more narrow level, I think it's also a set of tools that are computational mathematical tools to automate different tasks. And then also it's our attempt to understand our own mind. So build systems that exhibit some intelligent behavior in order to understand what is intelligence in our own selves. So all those things are true. Of course, what AI really needs is a community, as a set of researchers and engineers. It's a set of tools, a set of computational techniques that allow you to solve various problems. There's a long history that approaches the problem from different perspectives. What's always been throughout one of the threads, one of the communities goes under the flag of machine learning, which is emphasizing in the AI space the task of learning. How do you make a machine that knows very little in the beginning, follows some kind of process, and learns to become better and better in a particular task? What's been most very effective in the recent about 15 years is a set of techniques that fall under the flag of deep learning that utilize neural networks. It's a network of these little basic computational units called neurons, artificial neurons, and they have these architectures have an input and an output. They know nothing in the beginning, and they're tasked with learning something interesting. What that something interesting is usually involves a particular task. There's a lot of ways to talk about this and break this down. Like one of them is how much human supervision is required to teach this thing. So supervised learning, this broad category, is the neural network knows nothing in the beginning, and then it's given a bunch of examples of in computer vision. That will be examples of cats, dogs, cars, traffic signs, and then you're given the image and you're given the ground truth of what's in that image. And when you get a large database of such image examples where you know the truth, the neural network is able to learn by example. That's called supervised learning. There's a lot of fascinating questions within that, which is how do you provide the truth? When you're given an image of a cat, how do you provide to the computer that this image contains a cat? Do you just say the entire image is a picture of a cat? Do you do what's very commonly been done, which is a bounding box? You have a very crude box around the cat's face saying this is a cat. Do you do semantic segmentation? Mind you, this is a 2D image of a cat. So it's not the computer knows nothing about our three-dimensional world. It's just looking at a set of pixels. So semantic segmentation is drawing a nice, very crisp outline around the cat and saying that's a cat. That's really difficult to provide that truth. And one of the fundamental open questions in computer vision is that even a good representation of the truth? Now, there's another contrasting set of ideas. Their attention, their overlapping is what's used to be called unsupervised learning, what's commonly now called self-supervised learning, which is trying to get less and less and less human supervision into the task. So self-supervised learning is it's been very successful in the domain of language model, natural language processing, and now more and more is being successful in computer vision tasks. And what's the idea there is let the machine, without any ground truth annotation, just look at pictures on the internet or look at text on the internet and try to learn something generalizable about the ideas that are at the core of language or at the core of vision. And based on that, we humans at its best like to call that common sense. So we have this giant base of knowledge on top of which we build more sophisticated knowledge. We have this kind of common sense knowledge.
Mhm.
And so the idea with self-supervised learning is to build this common sense knowledge about what are the fundamental visual ideas that make up a cat and a dog and all those kinds of things without ever having human supervision. The dream there is you just let an AI system that's self-supervised run around the internet for a while, watch YouTube videos for millions and millions of hours, and without any supervision, be primed and ready to actually learn with very few examples once the human is able to show up. We think of children in this way, human children, is your parents only give one or two examples to teach a concept. The dream with self-supervised learning is that would be the same with machines, that they would watch millions of hours of YouTube videos and then come to a human and be able to understand when the human shows them, this is a cat. Like, remember, this is a cat. They will understand that a cat is not just a thing with pointy ears, or a cat is a thing that's orange or is furry. They'll see something more fundamental that we humans might not actually be able to introspect and understand. Like, if I asked you what makes a cat versus a dog, you would probably not be able to answer that. But if I brought to you a cat and a dog, you'd be able to tell the difference. What are the ideas that your brain uses to make that difference? That's the whole dream with self-supervised learning, is they would be able to learn that on its own, that set of common sense knowledge that's able to tell the difference. And then there's like a lot of incredible uses of self-supervised learning, very weirdly called self-play mechanism. That's the mechanism behind the reinforcement learning successes of the systems that won at Go, at AlphaZero, that won at chess.
Oh, I see. That play games.
That play games.
Got it.
So the idea of self-play, this probably applies to other domains than just games, is a system that just plays against itself. And this is fascinating in all kinds of domains, but it knows nothing in the beginning, and the whole idea is it creates a bunch of mutations of itself and plays against those versions of itself, and then through this process of interacting with systems just a little better than you start following this process where everybody starts getting better and better and better and better until you are several orders of magnitude better than the world champion in chess, for example. And it's fascinating because it's like a runaway system. One of the most terrifying and exciting things that David Silver, the creator of AlphaGo and AlphaZero, one of the leaders of the team, said to me is they haven't found the ceiling for AlphaZero, meaning it could just arbitrarily keep improving. Now, in the realm of chess, that doesn't matter to us. That is like, it just ran away with the game of chess. Like, it's like just so much better than humans. But the question is, what if you can create that in the realm that does have a bigger, deeper effect on human beings, on societies? That could be a terrifying process. To me, it's an exciting process if you supervise it correctly. If you inject, what's called value alignment, you make sure that the goals that the AI is optimizing is aligned with human beings and human societies. There's a lot of fascinating things to talk about within the specifics of neural networks and all the problems that people are working on. But I would say the really big, exciting one is self-supervised learning, where we're trying to get less and less human supervision, less and less human supervision of neural networks. And also, just a comment, and I'll shut up.
No, please keep going. I'm learning.
Please
I have
don't
questions, but I'm
shut
learning,
up.
so please keep going.
So that, to me, what's exciting is not the theory, it's always the application. One of the most exciting applications of artificial intelligence, specifically neural networks and machine learning, is Tesla Autopilot. So these are systems that are working in the real world. This isn't an academic exercise. This is human lives at stake. Even though it's called FSD, full self-driving, it is currently not fully autonomous, meaning human supervision is required. So human is tasked with overseeing the systems. In fact, liability-wise, the human is always responsible. This is a human factor psychology question, which is fascinating. I'm fascinated by the whole space, which is a whole nother space of human-robot interaction. When AI systems and humans work together to accomplish tasks, that dance to me is one of the smaller communities, but I think it will be one of the most important open problems once they're solved is how do humans and robots dance together. To me, semi-autonomous driving is one of those spaces. So for Elon, for example, he doesn't see it that way. He sees semi-autonomous driving as a stepping stone towards fully autonomous driving. Like humans and robots can't dance well together. Like humans and humans dance and robots dance. Like we need to, this is an engineering problem. We need to design a perfect robot that solves this problem. To me, forever, maybe this is not the case with driving, but the world is going to be full of problems where it's always humans and robots have to interact, because I think robots will always be flawed, just like humans are going to be flawed, and that's what makes life beautiful, that they're flawed. That's where learning happens, at the edge of your capabilities.
And
So
that's
you always have
what
to
gives
figure
you
out
aim.
how can flawed robots and flawed humans interact together such that they like the sum is bigger than the whole, as opposed to focusing on just building the perfect robot. So so that's one of the most exciting applications, I would say, of artificial intelligence to me, is autonomous driving and semi-autonomous driving. And that's a really good example of machine learning, because those systems are constantly learning. And there's a process there that maybe I can comment on. That Andre Karpathy, who's the head of Autopilot,
Yeah.
calls it the data engine. And this process applies for a lot of machine learning, which is you build a system that's pretty good at doing stuff. You send it out into the real world. It starts doing the stuff, and then it runs into what are called edge cases, like failure cases, where it screws up. You know, we do this as kids. That you have
Do this as adults.
we do this as adults.
Yes.
Exactly. But we learn really quickly. But the whole point, and this is the fascinating thing about driving, is you realize there's millions of edge cases. There's just like weird situations that you did not expect. And so the data engine process is you collect those edge cases and then you go back to the drawing board and learn from them. And so you have to create this data pipeline where all these cars, hundreds of thousands of cars, are driving around and something weird happens. And so whenever this weird detector fires, it's another important concept, that piece of data goes back to the mothership for the training, for the retraining of the system. And through this data engine process, it keeps improving and getting better and better and better and better. So basically, you send out a pretty clever AI systems out into the world and let it find the edge cases. Let it screw up just enough to figure out where the edge cases are, and then go back and learn from them, and then send out that new version and keep updating that version. One of the fascinating things about humans is we figure out objective functions for ourselves. Like it's the meaning of life.
Yes.
Why the hell are we here? And a machine currently has to have a hard-coded statement about why.
It has to have a meaning of
Yeah.
artificial
Yes.
intelligence based life.
Right. If
Yes.
you want a machine to be able to be good at stuff, it has to be given very
Has
clear
to have a voice.
statements of what good at stuff means. That's one of the challenges of artificial intelligence is, in order to solve a problem, you have to formalize it, and you have to provide both like the full sensory information. You have to be very clear about what is the data that's being collected, and you have to also be clear about the objective function. What is the goal that you're trying to reach? Ultimately, currently, there has to be a formal objective function. Now, you could argue that humans also has a set of objective functions we're trying to optimize. We're just not able to introspect them.
We don't actually know what we're looking for and seeking and doing. I think you've already told us the answer, but does interacting with a robot change you? Does it, in other words, do we develop relationships to robots?
I believe that most people have a notion of loneliness in them that we haven't discovered, that we haven't explored, I should say. And I see AI systems as helping us explore that so that we can become better humans, better people towards each other. So I think that connection between human and AI, human and robot, is not only possible, but will help us understand ourselves in ways that are like several orders of magnitude deeper than we ever could have imagined.
So when I think about human relationships, I don't always break them down into variables, but we could explore a few of those variables and see how they map to human robot relationships. One is just time, right? If you spend zero time with another person at all in cyberspace or on the phone or in person, you essentially have no relationship to them. If you spend a lot of time, you have a relationship. This is obvious, but I guess one variable would be time. How much time you spend with the other entity, robot or human. The other would be wins and successes. You know, you enjoy successes together. The other would be failures when you struggle with somebody. You know, when you struggle with somebody, you grow closer. So I've never conceptualized robot-human interactions this way. So tell me more about how this might look. Are we thinking about a human-appearing robot? What is the ideal human-robot relationship?
So there's a lot to be said here, but this idea of time. But I think that time element, forget everything else, just sharing moments together, that changes everything. I believe that changes everything. Now, there's specific things that are more in terms of systems that I can explain you. It's more technical and probably a little bit offline because I have kind of wild ideas how that can revolutionize social networks and operating systems. But the point is that element alone. Forget all the other things we're talking about, like emotions, saying no, all that. Just remember, sharing moments together would change everything. We don't currently have systems that share moments together. Like even just you and your fridge. Just all those times you went late at night and ate the thing you shouldn't have eaten. That was a secret moment you had with your refrigerator. You shared that moment, that darkness or that beautiful moment where you just, like heartbroken for some reason, you're eating that ice cream or whatever. That's a special moment. And that refrigerator was there for you. And the fact that it missed the opportunity to remember that is tragic. And once it does remember that, I think you're gonna be very attached to the refrigerator. You're gonna go through some hell with that refrigerator. Most of us have like in the developed world have weird relationships with food, right? So you can go through some deep moments of trauma and triumph with food, and at the core of that is the refrigerator. So a smart refrigerator, I believe, would change society. Not just the refrigerator, but these ideas in the systems all around us. So that I just want to comment on how powerful that idea of time is. And then there's a bunch of elements of actual interaction, of allowing you as a human to feel like you're being heard, truly understood, And I think there's a lot of ideas of how to make AI assistants to be able to ask the right questions and truly hear another human. This is what we try to do with podcasting, right? I think there's ways to do that with AI, but above all else, just remembering the collection of moments that make up the day, the week, the months. I think you maybe have some of this as well. Some of my closest friends still are the friends from high school.
Yes.
That's time. We've been through a bunch of shit together, and that, like, we're very different people, but just the fact that we've been through that and we remember those moments, and those moments somehow create a depth of connection like nothing else, like you and your refrigerator.
There may be relationships that are far better than the sorts of relationships that we can conceive in our minds right now, based on what these machine relationship interactions could teach us. Do I have that right?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's no reason to see machines as somehow incapable of teaching us something that's deeply human. I don't think humans have a monopoly on that.
Yeah.
I think we understand ourselves very poorly, and we need to have the kind of prompting from a machine. Maybe the thing we want to optimize for isn't necessarily like some sexy like quick clips. Maybe what we want is long form authenticity, depth. From a very specific engineering perspective, is I think a fascinating open problem that hasn't been really worked on very much early on in life, and also in the recent years. I've interacted with a few robots where I understood there's magic there, and that magic could be shared by millions if it's brought to light. When I first met Spot from Boston Dynamics, I realized there's magic there that nobody else is seeing. The dog, sorry. The Spot is the four-legged robot from Boston Dynamics. Some people might have seen it. It's this yellow dog. This magic is something that could be in every single device in the world. The way that I think maybe Steve Jobs thought about the personal computer. And so for me, I'd love to see a world where there's every home has a robot, and not a robot that washes the dishes, but more like a companion. A family member. The way a dog is. But a dog that's able to speak your language too. So not just connect the way a dog does by looking at you and looking away and almost like smiling with its soul in that kind of way, but also to actually understand what the hell, like, why are you so excited about the successes? Like, understand the details, understand the traumas.
I love this desire to share the delight of an interaction with a robot. And as you describe it, I find myself starting to crave that, because we all have those elements from childhood or from adulthood where we experience something, we want other people to feel that.
Yeah.
And I think that you're right. I think a lot of people are scared of AI. I think a lot of people are scared of robots. My only experience of a robotic-like thing is my Roomba vacuum, where it goes about. It actually was pretty good at picking up Costello's hair when he was shed, and I was grateful for it. But then when I was on a call or something and it would get caught on a wire or something, I would find myself getting upset with the Roomba in that moment. I'm like, what are you doing? You know, and obviously it's just doing what it does. Yeah. But that's a kind of mostly positive but slightly negative interaction. But what you're describing has so much more richness and layers of detail that I can only imagine what those relationships were like.
Well, there's just a quick comment. So they're currently in Boston. I have a bunch of Roombas for my robot. And I did this experiment.
Wait, how many Roombas? It's like a fleet of Roombas.
Yeah, so probably 7 or 8.
Well, yeah, a lot of Roombas. So you have these 7 or so Roombas. You deploy all 7 at once?
Oh no, I do different experiments with them. So one of the things I want to mention, I got them to scream in pain and moan in pain whenever they were kicked or contacted.
Oh my God.
And I did that experiment. I meant to do like that, but then it just seemed very cruel.
Did any Roomba rights activists come out?
I think if I release that video, I think it's gonna make me look insane, which I know people know I'm already insane.
Now you have to release the video.
Sure. Well, I think maybe if I contextualize it by showing other robots, like to show why this is fascinating, because ultimately I felt like they were human almost immediately, and that display of pain was what did that.
Giving them a voice.
Giving them a voice, especially a voice of dislike of pain.
So is the video available online?
No, I haven't. I haven't recorded it. I just hit a bunch of Roombas that are able to scream in pain in my Boston place.
What about shouts of glee and delight?
Well, I don't know how to. To me, delight is quiet, right? But there's a way to frame it being quite dumb as almost cute. You know, you're almost connecting with it for its dumbness. And I think that's an artificial intelligence problem.
Interesting.
I think flaws should be a feature, not a bug.
So along the lines of this, the different sorts of relationships that one could have with robots and the fear, but also some of the positive relationships that one could have, there's so much dimensionality there, so much to explore. But power dynamics in relationships are very interesting because the obvious ones that the unsophisticated view of this is, there's a master and a servant, right? But there's also manipulation. There's benevolent manipulation. Children do this with parents. Puppies do this. Puppies turn their head and look cute and maybe give out a little noise. Kids coo, and parents always think that they're doing this because they love the parent, but in many ways studies show that those coos are ways to extract the sorts of behaviors and expressions from the parent that they want. The child doesn't know it's doing this, it's completely subconscious, but it's benevolent manipulation. So there's one version of fear of robots that I hear a lot about that I think most people can relate to, where the robots take over and they become the masters and we become the servants.
Okay.
But there could be another version that in certain communities that I'm certainly not a part of, but they call topping from the bottom, where the robot is actually manipulating you into doing things, but you are under the belief that you are in charge,
Yes.
but actually they're in charge. And so I think that's one that if we could explore that for a second, you could imagine it wouldn't necessarily be bad, although it could lead to bad things. The reason I want to explore this is I think people always default to the extreme, like the robots take over and we're in little jail cells and they're out having fun and ruling the universe. What sorts of manipulation can a robot potentially carry out, good or bad?
Yeah, so there's a lot of good and bad manipulation between humans, right? Just like you said. To me, especially like you said, topping from the bottom, is that the term? So
I think someone from MIT told me that term. It wasn't blacks.
I think so. First of all, there's power dynamics in bed and power dynamics in relationships and power dynamics on the street and in the work environment. Those are all very different. I think power dynamics can make human relationships, especially romantic relationships, fascinating and rich and fulfilling and exciting and all those kinds of things. So I don't think in themselves they're bad. And the same goes with robots. I really love the idea that a robot will be a top or a bottom in terms of like power dynamics. And I think everybody should be aware of that. And the manipulation is not so much manipulation, but a dance of like pulling away, push and pull, and all those kinds of things. In terms of control, I think we're very, very, very far away from AI systems that are able to lock us up. They to lock us up in a like to have so much control that we basically cannot live our lives in the way that we want. I think there's, in terms of dangers of AI systems, there's much more dangers that have to do with autonomous weapon systems and all those kinds of things. So the power dynamics as exercised in the struggle between nations and war and all those kinds of things. But in terms of personal relationships, I think power dynamics are a beautiful thing. I do believe that robots will have rights down the line. And I think in order for us to have deep, meaningful relationship with robots, we would have to consider them as entities in themselves that deserve respect. And that's a really interesting concept that I think people are starting to talk about a little bit more, but it's very difficult for us to understand how entities that are other than human, I mean, the same as with dogs and other animals, can have rights on a level as humans.
We can't and nor should we do whatever we want with animals. We have a USDA with the Department of Agriculture that deal with animal care and use committees for research, for for farming and
Yeah.
ranching and all that. So
Just killing them
well,
en
when we
masse
first said
doesn't
it, I thought,
count.
wait, why would there be a bill of robotic rights? But it absolutely makes sense in the context of everything we've been talking about up until now. Let's if you're willing, I'd love to talk about dogs because you've mentioned dogs a couple times, a robot dog. You had a biological dog.
Yeah, I had a Newfoundland named Homer for many years growing up
In Russia or in the U.S.?
in the United States. And he was over 200 pounds. It's a big dog.
That's a big dog.
If people know Newfoundland, so he's this black dog that's really long hair and just a kind soul. I think perhaps that's true for a lot of large dogs, but he thought he was a small dog, so he moved like that. And
Your dog.
yeah.
You had him since he was fairly young.
Since the very, very beginning to the very, very end. And one of the things, I mean, he had this kind of, we mentioned like the Roombas, he had a kind-hearted dumbness about him that was just overwhelming. It's part of the reason I named him Homer, because it's after Homer Simpson. In case people are wondering which Homer I'm referring to, I'm not, So there's
Not
a
the Odyssey.
exactly. There's a clumsiness that was just something that immediately led to a deep love for each other, and one of the. I mean, it's the shared moments. He was always there for so many nights together. That's a powerful thing about a dog, that he was there through all the loneliness, through all the tough times, through the successes and all those kinds of things. And I remember, that was a really moving moment for me. I still miss him to this day.
How long ago did he die?
Oh my god.
Maybe 15 years ago. So it's been a while. But it was the first time I've really experienced like the feeling of death. So what happened is he got cancer, and so he was dying slowly, and then at a certain point he couldn't get up anymore. There's a lot of things I could say here, that I struggle with, that maybe he suffered much longer than he needed to. That's something I really think about a lot. But I remember I had to take him to the hospital, and the nurses couldn't carry him, right? So you talk about a 200-pound dog, and I was really into powerlifting at the time. And I remember, like, they tried to figure out all these kinds of ways to, so in order to put him to sleep, they had to take him into a room. And so I had to carry him everywhere. And here's this dying friend of mine that I just had to, first of all, it's really difficult to carry somebody that heavy when they're not helping you out. And so I remember it was the first time seeing a friend laying there and seeing life drain from his body.
Oh my god.
And that realization that we're here for a short time was made so real. That here's a friend that was there for me the week before, the day before, and now he's gone. And that was, I don't know, that spoke to the fact that you could be deeply connected with a dog. Also spoke to the fact that the shared moments together that led to that deep friendship is that will make life so amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But it also spoke to the fact that death is a motherfucker. So I know you've lost Costello recently.
Yeah,
and you've been going.
And as you're saying this, I'm definitely fighting back the tears.
my
I thank you for sharing that. I guess we're about to both cry over
Oh
our
my
dogs.
God, I'm crying.
That it was bound to happen, just given when this is happening. Yeah, it's
How long did you know that Costello was not doing well?
well, let's see. A year ago, during the start of about 6 months into the pandemic, he started getting abscesses, and he was not. His behavior changed, and something really changed. And then I put him on testosterone because, which helped a lot of things. It certainly didn't cure everything, but it helped a lot of things. He was dealing with joint pain, sleep issues, and then it just became a very slow decline to the point where 2-3 weeks ago he had a closet full of medication. I mean, this dog was it was like a pharmacy. It's amazing to me when I looked at it the other day. Still haven't cleaned up and removed all his things because I can't quite bring myself to do it. But
Oh my God.
Do you think he was suffering?
well, so what happened was about a week ago. It was really just about a week ago. It's amazing. He was going up the stairs and I saw him slip. And he was a big dog. He wasn't 200 pounds, but he was about 90 pounds. But he's a bulldog. That's pretty big, and he was fit. And then I noticed that he wasn't carrying a foot in the back like it was injured. It had no feeling at all. He never liked me to touch his hind paws, and that thing was just flopping there. And then the vet found some spinal degeneration, and I was told that the next one would go. Did he suffer? I sure hope not. But something changed in his eyes. Yeah, it's the eyes again. I know you and I spend long hours on the phone and talking about like the eyes and what they convey and what they mean about internal states and forsake of robots and biology of other kinds. But
Do you think something about him was gone in his eyes?
I think he was real. Here I am anthropomorphizing. I think he was realizing that one of his great joys in life, which was to walk and sniff and pee on things. This dog,
The fundamentals.
loved to pee on things. It was amazing. I wonder
Oh
where
my
he
God,
put it.
I'm
He was like
crying
a
laughing.
reservoir of urine. It was incredible. I think, that's it. He put like one drop on the 50 millionth plant, and then we get to the 50 millionth in one plant, and he just have leave a puddle. And here I am talking about Costello peeing. He was losing that ability to stand up and do that. He was falling down while he was doing that. And I do think he started to realize, and the passage was easy and peaceful, but I'll say this, I'm not ashamed to say it. I mean, I wake up every morning since then, I don't even make the conscious decision to allow myself to cry. I wake up crying. And I'm fortunately able to make it through the day thanks to the great support of my friends and you and my family, but I miss him, man.
You miss him?
Yeah, I miss him. And I feel like Homer, Costello, the relationship to one's dog is so specific, but
So that part of you is gone. That's the hard thing.
What I think is different is that I made the mistake, I think, or I hope it was a good decision, but sometimes I think I made the mistake of I brought Costello a little bit to the world through the podcast, through posting about him. I anthropomorphized about him in public. Let's be honest, I had no idea what his mental life was or his relationship to me. And I'm just exploring all this for the first time because he was my first dog, but I raised him since he was 7 weeks.
Yeah, you gotta hold it together. I noticed the episode you released on Monday. You mentioned Costello. Like you brought him back to life for me for that brief moment.
Yeah, but he's gone.
He's gonna be gone for a lot of people too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, this is what I'm struggling with. I know how to take care of myself pretty well.
Yeah.
Not perfectly, but pretty well. And I have good support. I do worry a little bit about how it's going to land and how people will feel. I'm concerned about their internalization. So that's something I'm still iterating on.
And they have to watch you struggle, which is fascinating.
Right. And I've mostly been shielding them from this, but what would make me happiest is if people would internalize some of Costello's best traits, and his best traits were that he was incredibly tough. I mean, he was a 22-inch neck bulldog, the whole thing. He was just born that way, but was what was so beautiful is that his toughness is never what he rolled forward. It was just how sweet and kind he was. And so if people can take that, then there's a win in there someplace. So
I think there's some ways in which you should probably live on in your podcast too. You should, I mean, it's such a, one of the things I loved about his role in your podcast is that he brought so much joy to you. We mentioned the robots, right? I think that's such a powerful thing to bring that joy into, like, allowing yourself to experience that joy, to bring that joy to others, to share it with others. That's really powerful. And I mean, not to, this is like the Russian thing is, it touched me when Louis C.K. had that moment that I keep thinking about in this his show Louis, where like an old man was criticizing Louis for whining about breaking up with his girlfriend, and he was saying like the most most beautiful thing about love. They made a song that's catchy now, that's not making me feel horrible saying it, but like is the loss. The loss really also is making you realize how much that person, that dog meant to you. And like allowing yourself to feel that loss and not run away from that loss is really powerful. And in some ways, that's also sweet. Just like the love was, the loss is also sweet. Because you know that you felt a lot for that, for your friend. So and I continue bringing that joy. I think it would be amazing to the podcast. I hope to do the same with with robots or whatever else is the source of joy, right? And maybe did you think about one day getting another dog?
yeah, in time, you're hitting on all the key buttons here. I want that to. We're thinking about ways to kind of immortalize Costello in a way that's real, not just creating some little logo or something silly. Costello, much like David Goggins, is a person, but Goggins also has grown into kind of a verb. You're gonna Goggins this, or and there's an adjective like that's extreme. Like it. I think that for me, Costello was all those things. He was a being. He was his own being. He was a noun, a verb, and an adjective. So. And he had this amazing superpower that I wish I could get, which is this ability to get everyone else to do things for you without doing a damn thing. The Costello effect, as I call it.
So as an idea, I hope he lives on.
There's a saying that I heard when I was a graduate student that's just been ringing in my mind throughout this conversation in such a, I think, appropriate way, which is that Lex, you are in a minority of one. You are truly extraordinary in your ability to encapsulate so many aspects of science, engineering, public communication about so many topics,
100%.
martial arts, and the emotional depth that you bring to it, and just the purposefulness. And I think if it's not clear to people, it absolutely should be stated, but I think it's abundantly clear that just the amount of time and thinking that you put into things is it is the ultimate mark of respect.
100%.
I'm just extraordinarily grateful for your friendship and for this conversation.
I'm proud to be your friend, and I just wish you showed me the same kind of respect by wearing a suit and make your father proud maybe next time.
Next time, indeed. Thanks so much, my friend.
Thank you, Andrew.
Oh my god.
Restez cool.
Hé, Tom, t'as fait quoi toi ce matin?
Je me suis levé.
Ah, c'est top! Parce que chaque peau est unique, notre approche est sur mesure, avec des soins purs et des actifs purs. Trouvez votre solution sur etapure.fr.
Welcome to Huberman Lab Essentials, where we revisit past episodes for the most potent and actionable science-based tools for mental health, physical health, and performance. I'm Andrew Huberman, and I'm a professor of neurobiology and ophthalmology at Stanford School of Medicine. I decided that we would hold office hours. Office hours in the university setting are when students come to the professor's office, where you meet outdoors on campus or in the classroom to review the material and questions from lecture in more detail. Now, unfortunately, we don't have the opportunity to meet face to face in real life, but nonetheless, you've been sending your questions, putting them in the comment section on YouTube, etc. And I prepared a number of answers to the questions that have shown up most frequently. Now, in order to provide context and structure to the way that we will address these questions, I've arranged the science and science-based protocols that relate to various aspects of life, such as mood, exercise, sleep, waking, anxiety, creativity, etc., into the context of a day. Selecting the unit of a day in order to deliver this science information and protocols is not a haphazard decision on my part. It's actually the case that every cell in our body, every
Circadian
organ in
rhythm.
our body, and our brain is modulated or changes across the 24-hour day in a very regular and predictable rhythm. And so selecting the unit of the day is not just a practical one, but it's one that's related to our deeper biology. So let's talk about how to apply quality peer-reviewed science to your day and how to optimize everything from sleep to learning, creativity, meal timing, etc. I'm going to do this in the context of my day and what I typically do. I tend to wake up sometime around 6 a.m., 6:30. The first thing I do after I wake up is I take the pen that's on my nightstand and the pad of paper on my nightstand, and I write down the time in which I woke up. The reason for writing down what time I wake up is because I want to know what's called my temperature minimum. I don't care what my actual temperature is. I care when my lowest temperature is, and I know that that lowest temperature is approximately 2 hours before my average wake-up time. The second thing I do after I wake up is to get into forward ambulation, which is just nerd speak for taking a walk. There's a phenomenon whereby when we generate our own forward
do
motion,
that all the
forward
time.
ambulation, visual images pass by us on our eyes, so-called optic flow. Experiencing visual flow has a powerful effect on the nervous system. The effect it has is essentially to quiet or reduce the amount of neural activity in this brain structure called the amygdala. And many of you have probably heard about the amygdala for its role in anxiety and fear and threat detection. And indeed, the amygdala is part of the network in the brain that generates feelings of fear and threat and anxiety. It does a bunch of other things too, but that's one of its primary functions. Forward ambulation, walking or biking or running, and generating optic flow in particular, has this incredible property of lowering activity in the amygdala and thereby reducing levels of anxiety. That walk is a particularly important protocol each day because it really serves to push my neurology in the direction that I'd like it to go, which is alert but not anxious. I want to have a high degree of focus and alertness because I'm soon going to move into a bout of work. I need to lean into the day. So in order to do that, I make sure that the walking is done outdoors. I do it outdoors because I also want sunlight in my eyes. Getting sunlight in your eyes first thing in the morning is absolutely vital to mental and physical health. Even if there's cloud cover, more photons, light information, are coming through that cloud cover than would be coming from a very bright indoor bulb. So getting outside for a 10-minute walk or a 15-minute walk will basically ensure that you're getting adequate stimulation of these neurons in the eye that are called the melanopsin intrinsically photosensitive ganglion cells. These are neurons that convey to the brain that it's daytime and it's time to be alert. And it sets in motion a huge number of biological cascades within every cell and organ of your body, from your liver to your gut to your heart to your brain. Early in the day, we experience a natural and healthy bump in a hormone called cortisol. It promotes wakefulness. It actually promotes a healthy immune system. It's very important that that pulse of cortisol arrive early in the day. That pulse of cortisol is going to happen once every 24 hours, no matter what. It's going to happen, and you get to time it. How do you time it? Primarily by when you view bright sunlight. You can combine it with the forward ambulation, with the walk, and the optic flow that I talked about before, and that's what I do each morning to generate a sense of alertness in my body and brain, to generate a sense of calm yet alert. So now we have a first protocol, which is to write down the time of day that you wake up. The second protocol is to take a walk first thing in the morning. And the third protocol is woven in with that walk, at least for me, which is to get that sunlight exposure. I'm a big believer, based on quality peer-reviewed data, that hydration is essential for mental performance. As many of you know, neurons require ionic flow. What that means is neurons need sodium, they need magnesium, and they need potassium in order to function. We do tend to get dehydrated at night. I try and make sure that I'm hydrated early in the day before I begin any work. So I make myself drink this water with a little bit of sea salt. How much sea salt, if you really want to get detailed, I suppose it's about half a teaspoon. It's not much. At that point, I start craving caffeine, but I don't drink that caffeine yet. I purposefully delay my caffeine intake to 90 minutes to
I
120
tried to
minutes
do that. I
after
was
wake
going
up.
crazy.
The reason I delay caffeine is because one of the factors that induces a sense of sleepiness is the buildup of adenosine. The buildup of adenosine accumulates the longer we are awake. When you wake up in the morning, your adenosine levels are likely to be very low.
Yeah.
However, caffeine is an adenosine blocker. It's actually a competitive antagonist for you aficionados. It sort of parks in the receptor that adenosine normally would park at and prevents adenosine from acting on that receptor. That's why you feel more alert. The reason for delaying caffeine intake 90 minutes to 2 hours after waking is I want to make sure that I don't have a late afternoon or even early afternoon crash from caffeine. One of the best ways to ensure a caffeine crash is to drink a bunch of caffeine, block all those adenosine receptors, and then by early or late afternoon, when that caffeine starts to wear off and gets dislodged from the receptors, a lower level of adenosine is able to create a greater level of sleepiness. Delaying caffeine at 90 minutes to 2 hours optimizes this relationship between adenosine
Yeah, I
and
don't
wakefulness
have
and
that
sleepiness in a way
either.
that really provides a nice consistent arc of energy throughout the day and brings energy down as I'm headed toward sleep and falling asleep. My primary objective early in the day is to get into a mode of being focused yet alert so that I can get work done. I've found that the best way for me to achieve that state is through fasting. So I don't eat anything until about 11 a.m. or 12 noon. Fasting increases levels of adrenaline, also called epinephrine, in the brain and body. And when our levels of epinephrine and adrenaline are increased, we learn better, we can focus better. You don't want epinephrine, aka adrenaline, too high. That feels like stress and panic. You get jittery, you can't focus. But in its optimal range, adrenaline really provides a heightened sense of focus and the ability to encode, meaning bring in and retain, remember information. Next, I want to talk about what I'm doing while I'm working. A couple of things for optimizing workspace that are grounded in neuroscience and physiology. I've talked before about the fact that when our eyes are directed upward, it creates a state of heightened alertness. And this has a relationship to the brainstem neurons that create alertness and their control over the muscles of the eye and, believe it or not, the eyelids. The point here is that you can optimize your workstation in a physical way that leverages this aspect of the visual system and your level of alertness. Try and position your screen or your tablet, whatever device you happen to be working on, at least at eye level and ideally slightly higher. Most people are looking down at their computer or tablet or are angling their eyes at their screen at about 30 degrees. When we look down, when our eyelids are slightly closed, it tends to decrease our levels of alertness and increase our levels of sleepiness. So we're now at the description of my day and these protocols in which I would do a 90-minute bout of work. Now, why 90 minutes? Well, the brain is going through these 90-minute so-called ultradian cycles throughout the entire day and night. Every 90 minutes, we shift over from being very alert to being less alert and then back to alert again. Here's how it works. At the start of one of these 90-minute ultradian cycles, my brain is not quite engaged in whatever it is I'm trying to do, but I set a timer for 90 minutes. And I try and get a strong bout of work done inside of that 90 minutes with the full understanding that the entire 90 minutes is not going to be uniform in terms of my ability to focus. So the goal is to get into what I call the tunnel, to really get into a tunnel of quality work. The brain loves that state, but it's very hard for many of us to access. My phone is absolutely off. It's not on airplane mode. It's absolutely off during this time. In addition, I use low-level white noise. white noise, which is essentially all frequencies of sound, or all frequencies of sound that we can perceive, mixed up kind of randomly, there's no structure to it, turned on at a low volume, puts the brain into a state that's optimal for learning and workflow. So everything about this 90-minute block, from the low levels of white noise to the position of my computer, how I'm standing and where my eyes are positioned, is geared towards putting me in this tunnel of work. And I have to say that while it can be a challenge to try and achieve this state and this tunnel of work, some days you start to get kind of addicted to it. It feels really good. It's like a workout for the mind. And it is something that as you exit that 90 minutes, you really feel like you've accomplished a lot, because often you have. And it just feels deeply satisfying. And I'm convinced that that's because of the release of neuromodulators like dopamine and the norepinephrine that's circulating in your system. And I want to be clear that I'm not perfect about this 90 minutes. Occasionally I get drawn away, but I really try and achieve this most, if not every day that I'm alive, because for me, that work session is kind of holy. There's a powerful way in which you can place the timing of this 90-minute work bout in an optimal way. You have access to a very important piece of data that dictates when this bout should start, more or less, and when it should end. That piece of data is your temperature minimum. If you're somebody who wakes up on average at 7 a.m., well, then your temperature minimum is 5 a.m. You can be reasonably sure that your best work is going to be done anywhere from 4 to 6 hours after your temperature minimum. How do I know this? How do I know this relationship between temperature minimum and focused cognition? Well, temperature minimum defines the trough, the nadir, as they say, of your temperature across the 24-hour cycle. And immediately after that, your temperature will start to rise. That temperature rise is actually what triggers the initial cortisol release that you experience and wakes you up further. And then, of course, that sunlight that you're getting is going to further enhance that healthy release of cortisol. That cortisol will then provide fuel, if you will, for that increase in temperature, and your body will continue to increase in temperature throughout the day toward the afternoon. What you're trying to do in this idea of optimizing this 90-minute work bout to a particular time of day is catch the portion of the steepest slope of that temperature rise. So if you're somebody who wakes up at 8 a.m. each morning, your temperature minimum is 6 a.m., chances are you're going to want to start this work bout somewhere around 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. Now, some people wake up and feel very alert first thing in the morning. They can really do their best work first thing in the morning. Please, if that's you, continue to do that. Leverage that time up, use that time. But if you're somebody who definitely let your physiology and this rise in your body temperature support your efforts to focus, rather than trying to do your best work at times of day when your physiology is actually directing your body and your brain toward defocus and towards being more lethargic. It just is setting yourself up for success when you try and capture this rising phase of your temperature. Data going back to the 1990s supports the idea that physical movement of particular kinds can support brain health and brain function, both in the immediate term and in the long term. So after I've finished a bout of work, this 90-minute bout of work, I force myself to do some sort of physical exercise that is going to be supportive of my brain health and brain function and organ health and bodily function in general. Now, there are various forms of physical activity, or what we call exercise, but those can generally be batched into two categories. First is strength and hypertrophy work. So physical movements that are designed to make you stronger and or make your muscles larger. There's also endurance work, physical exercise and movements that are designed to allow you to do more work over time, or to extend the amount of time that you can do work of any kind, both physical and mental. The data all point to the fact that working out hard for longer than an hour can actually be detrimental because of the way that it raises cortisol. And cortisol can be a good thing if it's appropriately timed and in the appropriate low levels, but you don't want to have your cortisol levels up throughout the day or have big spikes of cortisol repeatedly. So keeping workouts relatively short can definitely help with that. Endurance work and strength training or hypertrophy training done in combination, meaning not necessarily in the same workout, but done across the week, is immensely beneficial for the production of things like brain-derived neurotrophic factor, for limiting inflammatory cytokines like IL-6, for promoting anti-inflammatory cytokines like IL-10, provided that exercise is of the proper duration and that it's not so intense that you're actually creating damage to the various systems of the body. What about the structure of the actual workouts? Well, approximately 80% of the resistance training you do should be resistance training that doesn't go to what they call failure, where you can't actually move the resistance anymore. The other 20% can be of the higher intensity to failure type training. That 80-20 rule of less than failure and work to failure in the resistance exercise regime can be transported or translated to the endurance exercise portion by focusing on that thing that we're familiar with, which is the burn. When we're running hard or cycling hard, we'll
Yes.
experience a kind of burning of the muscles that's associated with the lactate system. And actually the lactate system is its own form of fuel for the brain. And so there's increasing interest in generating the lactate or pushing past that lactate threshold for small portion, 20% or so of endurance work in order to support brain health and function. So on any given day, I finish that work block and I train. I do some sort of resistance or endurance training. I put those on alternate days or different days rather. So we've now talked about the arc that spans all the way from waking to a morning bout of focused work to physical training. I have not mentioned ingesting anything or nutrients. One of the most common questions I get are, what should I eat for my brain? Well, ironically enough, one of the best things you can do for your brain is to not eat. But of course, we all have to eat sooner or later. So let's talk about food timing first. As I mentioned, I eat my first meal sometime around noon, plus or minus an hour. The volume of food is also important. If you eat a large volume of anything, because it diverts blood to your gut, you will feel lethargic and you will have less blood going to your brain. That seems like a simple and trivial fact, but if you want to be able to think, you can't ingest large volumes of anything into your gut. So for lunch, I do emphasize slightly lower carbohydrate or low carbohydrate intake for the simple reason that adrenaline and dopamine and their associated neuromodulators are going to support alertness. So for me, I fast up until about noon. Then I eat a lunch that consists of some sort of protein thing, like some meat or some chicken or some salmon and some vegetables, etc. And if I've exercised previously, which I do, as I mentioned, 5 days a week, then I will ingest some starches. I'll ingest some bread, or rice or oatmeal and butter and nuts and things like that. But I will keep the total amount of carbohydrate a little bit on the low side, or if I haven't trained, I won't have any carbohydrate at all. Not because I'm ketogenic, but because starches cause the release of serotonin in the brain and lend themselves to a state of sleepiness. Now, what about components of foods that are not about alertness, but are about mood? We did an entire episode on mood and food, and it's very clear, based on now dozens of studies, that ingesting sufficient levels of omega-3 fatty acids is going to support healthy mood and even can act as an antidepressant. Ingesting at least 1,000 milligrams per day of the EPA form of essential fatty acid is as effective as prescription antidepressants in relieving depression. And if you're somebody who requires prescription antidepressants, Prozac, Zoloft, etc., it can allow people to take lower doses of those medications. A key aspect to the midday meal, if you want that meal to benefit you, is to take a brief walk afterwards. It turns out that brief walks of 5 to 30 minutes after ingesting food can accelerate metabolism and actually can accelerate and improve nutrient utilization, which is essentially the same as metabolism. But nonetheless, that's something that I do after I finish my noon meal. I do force myself to stand up and go outside and take a brief walk. That also gets me again into optic flow. It also has another benefit, which is that I am giving my brain and thereby my body more information about light and time of day, which is always better than less information about light and time of day. A key protocol for sleep health and wakefulness and metabolism and hormone health is viewing light in the afternoon. So here's the reason for doing this. As we progress into the evening hours, there's a phenomenon where our retina, our eyes, become very sensitive to light, such that if we view bright lights, or even not so bright lights, between the hours of 10 p.m. and 4 a.m., that is strongly disruptive, very disruptive for our dopamine production. It can really screw up our sleep. But if you can get outside and see the sun as it arcs down, or if you can't see the sun directly, get some sunlight in your eyes in the afternoon hours, so maybe 4 p.m.-ish. What it does is it lowers the sensitivity of your retina in the late evening hours, which allows you to buffer yourself against the negative effects of bright light later at night. Now, we haven't talked too much about melatonin, but melatonin is a hormone that is inhibited by light. Melatonin is the hormone that allows you to fall asleep easily. Now, I'm not talking about supplementing melatonin. I'm talking about melatonin that you naturally produce from your pineal. So the protocol is very simple. Get outside in the afternoon or evening for 10 to 30 minutes. Take your sunglasses off, so get that afternoon light. So what you'll probably notice is that the optimal protocols for optimizing your brain and body health and performance and sleep, etc., are actually really simple. But just because they're simple does not mean that they are not powerful. In fact, they are very powerful because they leverage the most powerful technology that exists, which is your nervous system. What we are talking about today are really basic things that we can all do that can steer our neurology and our biology in the directions that are going to support workflow, that are going to support hormones, that are going to support brain function. So at some point in the evening, I eat that thing that we call dinner. And while it feels sort of strange to talk about my dinner, the reason I want to talk about my dinner and what I eat for dinner is that for me, dinner, of course, is about eating, but also about optimizing the transition to sleep. So my dinner generally is comprised of things that are going to support rest and deep sleep. And that means starchy carbohydrates. It's absolutely clear that one of the major ways that we can increase serotonin, which helps in the transition to sleep, is by ingesting starchy carbohydrates. So my dinner is carbohydrates and some protein. So maybe some chicken or fish or something like that, maybe some eggs, or sometimes just pasta or just rice and vegetables. And that's because I enjoy those foods, but also because I want to increase the amount of serotonin in my brain so that I can actually fall asleep that night. Many people who are on low carbohydrate diets struggle with falling and staying asleep. And that's because it's hard to achieve heightened levels of serotonin, which are necessary to enter sleep. I should also mention that melatonin and serotonin fall in the same pathway. They are related hormones and neuromodulators. Essentially what we're talking about is a system that's biasing us towards rest and relaxation as opposed to wakefulness. You might ask, well, can't I just take serotonin? Can't I just take 5-HTP or a precursor to serotonin or tryptophan? And indeed you can. However, many people, including myself, find that when they supplement with serotonin in the evening or at night, that can cause problems in the architecture or the structure of sleep. It can cause a lot of people, including me, to fall asleep very fast, sleep very deeply for 3 or 4 hours, and then wake up and have a terrible time falling back asleep. And that affects, at least for me, can last several days. It's really disruptive. So I don't like to supplement with anything that is directly dopamine or a precursor to dopamine at any time, or directly serotonin or a precursor to serotonin. Rather, there are other things that can enhance the transition to sleep safely, which we will talk about in a few minutes. But the evening meal consists largely of carbohydrates for that specific purpose of generating a sense of calm. And of course, carbohydrates are delicious. And because I'm doing some physical training, and presumably you are as well, or I hope you are, because it's so beneficial to one's health, that's also going to replenish my glycogen stores, which is one of the primary fuel sources for moving one's muscles and moving around and doing exercise, as well as for the brain and for cognitive function. So let's talk about sleep and how to access sleep. One way to do that is to leverage the drop in temperature that's necessary to fall and stay asleep. So as I mentioned earlier, in the early parts of the day after waking, our body temperature is rising, and that continues throughout the day. And then sometime late in the afternoon, our temperature peaks, and then it starts to drop. That drop in temperature of 1 to 3 degrees is vitally important for us to be able to fall asleep easily. One way that we can decrease our transition time into sleep is to accelerate that drop in temperature. And one way to accelerate that drop in temperature, somewhat counterintuitively, is to use hot baths, hot showers, or if you have access to one, a sauna. Now this is counterintuitive, but actually, if you are to get into a sauna or a hot shower or a hot bath and then get out, your body is going to engage particular mechanisms for cooling itself off that are going to allow you to drop your temperature more quickly and fall asleep more easily. It is absolutely true that keeping the room very dark is beneficial. The other thing is keeping the room cool. The reason keeping the room cool is useful for getting into and staying asleep is that throughout the night, there are phases of sleep where you are paralyzed, so-called REM sleep. That's a healthy paralysis. So you can presumably, so you can't act out your dreams. But there are portions of the night where you can move. And one of the more important movements that you do in the middle of the night is put your hand out or your foot out, or you take your face out from under the covers as a means to cool yourself. You're actually allowing cooling of the body through what are called AVAs, arteriovenous astomoses is the technical name, that are in the palms, the upper half of the face, and the palms of the feet. Now, there are things that one can take to enhance the transition to sleep. 3 compounds that can be very beneficial for aiding the transition to sleep, and for which there are wide safety margins, although please do check with your physician before taking anything, are specific forms of magnesium, something called apigenin and theanine. Magnesium comes in many forms. Magnesium threonate, that's threonate, threonate, and magnesium biglycinate have transporters that allow them to cross the blood-brain barrier more readily than other forms of magnesium. And there within the brain, they promote the release of a neurotransmitter called GABA, which is an inhibitory neurotransmitter which shuts off the forebrain to some extent. It doesn't shut it off completely, but it essentially shuts down thinking, rumination, planning, and what we call executive function.
Okay.
So for many people, taking 300 to 400 milligrams of magnesium biglycinate or magnesium threonate 30 to 60 minutes before sleep can aid them in falling asleep. When coupled with apigenin and theanine, provide a sort of synergy or a sleep cocktail that seems to be very effective in aiding the transition to sleep. So apigenin is the substance that's found in chamomile, and 50 milligrams of apigenin taken 30 minutes before sleep can act as another way to shut off the forebrain and reduce rumination, reduce anxiety, and allow people to fall and stay asleep. And then the third compound is theanine, Theanine. Theanine is a compound that can also increase GABA, but also increases activation of something called chloride channels. Chloride channels are another way in which neurons lower their levels of activity. So magnesium threonate or biglycinate, apigenin, and theanine in combination can be very effective for aiding the transition to sleep. Now, what if you wake up in the middle of the night? This is a very common occurrence. And there are 2 general themes around waking up in the middle of the night that one can use tools to counteract. The first theme is if you're somebody who is tired in the evenings and you're kind of pushing yourself to stay awake. So you're going to the party or you're pushing yourself to study or work when in fact you'd like to get into bed at 8:30 or 9, fall asleep around 10:30 or 11, and waking up at 2:30 or 3 in the morning, you can't fall back asleep. Chances are that you're melatonin early in the night, so that melatonin started probably around 8:30 or 9, but you're staying up, you're battling that melatonin. You may not like this advice, but one of the things that you can do to offset that is to simply go to bed earlier. The other thing is many people wake up in the middle of the night because of anxiety or because they have to use the restroom. It's perfectly fine to flip on the lights, but keep the lights dim. But if you flip on those lights, try and flip them off as soon as possible and try and get back into bed. So now we've essentially traveled around the clock, so to speak, from the time where one wakes up until the time they get to sleep, maybe wake up, get back to sleep, etc. I want to emphasize that although people's schedules vary, most people are doing more than 1 or 2 work bouts per day. And indeed, I'm doing more than 1 or 2 work bouts per day. I really emphasize that morning 90-minute work block because I think most people would agree that there's a portion of each day in which we need to do the hardest thing or the most important thing or the thing that demands the most of our cognitive self. I position that early in the day, and I position everything around that in order to ensure that it happens and that it happens with the highest degree of efficiency, even though that morning 90-minute work block is so vital. Of course, there's a second work block. So combined, that's just 3 hours of focused work, which may not seem like a lot. But if you were to dissect your day and kind of look at the arc and structure of your day, I'd be willing to bet that if we added up the total period of time in which you were in deep work, really focused, dedicated work, that it would probably amount to about 3 or 4 hours. And of course, throughout the day, there are other things happening outside of those 90-minute work blocks. I'm checking my text messages, I'm checking my email, I'm responding to various demands, I'm working and tending to life. So while I've carved some boundaries or delineate some boundaries around those work blocks, and I'm certain that if you do too, you will benefit from them, of course, please adapt and modify what I've described today in ways that best serve you and your schedule. What I've tried to do is provide you scientific support, specific protocols and regimens, because people are always asking me for more specificity and detail, and an example of one way, just one way, in which these various tools and protocols that are grounded in science could be leveraged in one's own life. And last but not least, thank you for your interest in science. Welcome to Huberman Lab Essentials, where we revisit past episodes for the most potent and actionable science-based tools for mental health, physical health, and performance. I'm Andrew Huberman, and I'm a professor of neurobiology and ophthalmology at Stanford School of Medicine. Today, we're going to talk about an extremely important topic that's central to our daily life, and that's motivation. We're going to talk about pleasure and reward. What underlies our sense of pleasure or reward? We're going to talk about addictions. As well, we're going to talk about the neurochemistry of drive and mindset. But for now, let's just talk about the neuroscience of motivation and reward, of pleasure and pain, because those are central to what we think of as emotions, whether or not we feel good, whether or not we feel we're on track in life, whether or not we feel we're falling behind. So motivation is fundamental to our daily life. It's what allows us to get out of bed in the morning. It's what allows us to pursue long-term goals or short-term goals. Motivation and the chemistry of motivation is tightly wound in with the neurochemistry of movement. In fact, the same single molecule, dopamine, is responsible for our sense of motivation and for movement. It's a fascinating molecule, and it lies at the center of so many great things in life, and it lies at the center of so many terrible aspects of life, namely addiction and certain forms of mental disease. So if ever there was a double-edged blade in the world of neuroscience, it's dopamine. There's a fundamental relationship between dopamine released in your brain and your desire to exert effort. And you can actually control the schedule of dopamine release, but it requires the appropriate knowledge. This is one of those cases where understanding the way the dopamine system works will allow you to leverage it to your benefit. Let's get a few basic facts on the table. Dopamine was discovered in the late 1950s, and it was discovered as the precursor, meaning the thing from which epinephrine or adrenaline is made.
Okay.
Epinephrine is the same thing as adrenaline, except in the brain we call it epinephrine. Epinephrine allows us to get into action. It stimulates changes in the blood vessels, in the heart, in the organs and tissues of the body that bias us for movement. Dopamine was initially thought to be just the building block for epinephrine. However, dopamine does a lot of things on its own. It's not always converted to epinephrine. Dopamine is released from several sites in the brain and body, but perhaps the most important one for today's discussion about motivation and reward is something that's sometimes just called the reward pathway. For the aficionados, it's sometimes called the mesolimbic reward pathway, but it's fundamentally important to your desire to engage in action, and it's fundamentally important for people getting addicted to substances or behaviors. So how does this work? Well, you've got a structure in the deep part of your brain called the VTA. The VTA, or ventral tegmental area, contains neurons that send what we call axons, little wires, that spit out dopamine at a different structure called the nucleus accumbens. And those two structures, VTA and nucleus accumbens, form really the core machinery of the reward pathway and the pathway that controls your motivation for anything. You can think of them like an accelerator. They bias you for action. However, within the reward pathway, there's also a brake. The brake or restriction on that dopamine, which controls when it's released and how much it's released, is the prefrontal cortex. The prefrontal cortex is the neural real estate right behind your forehead. You hear about it for decision making, executive function, for planning, etc. And indeed, it's responsible for a lot of those. It's this really unique real estate that we were all endowed with as humans. Other animals don't have much of it. We have a lot of it. And that prefrontal cortex acts as a brake on the dopamine system. And that brings us to the important feature of motivation, which is that motivation is a two-part process, which is about balancing pleasure and pain. So when you're just sitting around not doing much of anything, this reward pathway is releasing dopamine at a rate of about 3 or 4 times per second. It's kind of firing at a low level. If suddenly you get excited about something, you anticipate something, not receive an award, but you get excited in an anticipatory way, then the rate of firing, the rate of activity in this reward pathway suddenly increases to like 30 or 40 times. And it has the effect of creating a in this reward pathway suddenly increases to like 30 or 40 times. And it has the effect of creating a sense of action or desire to move in the direction of the thing that you're craving. In fact, it's fair to say that dopamine is responsible for wanting and for craving. And that's distinctly different from the way that you hear it talked about normally, which is that it's involved in pleasure. So yes, dopamine is released in response to sex. It's released in response to food. It's released in response to a lot of things, but it's mostly released in anticipation and craving for a particular thing. It has the effect
Which
of
is why
narrowing our focus
pursuit
for
of
the
a
thing that
goal
we
is
crave.
doable
And
than
that thing could be
achieving.
as simple as a cup of coffee. It could be as important as a big board meeting. It could be a big final exam. It could be the person that we're excited to meet or see. Dopamine doesn't care about what you're craving. It just releases at a particular rate. If we just take a step back and we look at the scientific data on how much the dopamine firing increases in response to different things, you get a pretty interesting window into how your brain works and why you might be motivated or not motivated. Let's say you're hungry, or you're looking forward to a cup of coffee, or you're going to see your partner. Well, your dopamine neurons are firing at a low rate until you start thinking about the thing that you want or the thing that you're looking forward to.
Yeah.
When you eat that food, the amount of dopamine that's released in this reward pathway goes up about 50% above baseline. Sex, which is fundamental to our species' continuation and reproduction, sex does release dopamine, and it increases dopamine levels about 100%, so basically doubles them.
Okay.
Nicotine increases the amount of dopamine about 150% above
Wow.
baseline. Cocaine and amphetamine increase the amount of dopamine that's released 1,000-fold within about 10 seconds of consuming the drug. However, just thinking about food, about sex, about nicotine if you like nicotine, or cocaine or amphetamine, can increase the amount of dopamine that's released to the same degree as actually consuming the drug. Now, it depends. In some cases, for instance, the cocaine user, the addict that wants cocaine, can't just think about cocaine and increase the amount that's released about 1,000-fold. It's actually much lower, but it's just enough to put them on the motivation track to crave that particular thing. Now, there are reasons why you would have brain circuitry like this. I mean, brain circuitry like this didn't evolve to get you addicted. Brain circuitry like this evolved in order to motivate behaviors toward particular goals. Water when you're thirsty, sex in order to reproduce. These things and these brain areas and neurons were part of the evolutionary history that led to the continuation of our species. Things like cocaine and amphetamine are disastrous for most people because they release so much dopamine and they create these closed loops where people then only crave the particular thing, cocaine and amphetamine, that leads to those massive amounts of dopamine release. Most things don't release that level of dopamine.
Yeah.
And nowadays there's a ton of interest in social media and in video games. And there have been some measurements of the amount of dopamine.
For some reason, at such a young age, I had a wisdom to take cocaine and run away from it. I really don't know who to thank for that, but I just think like whatever instinct I had to run away from that level of dopamine, because I saw it as dangerous, whereas I didn't have that wisdom for any other drugs around me. I'm seriously grateful for that moment. I seriously, as soon as I took cocaine, I saw myself just dedicating my life to it, and no wonder. And for some reason, I just ran away.
Being released. Video games, especially video games that have a very high update speed, where there's novel territory, novelty is a big stimulus of dopamine, between nicotine and cocaine. So very high levels of. Social media is an interesting one because the amount of dopamine that's released in response to logging onto social media initially could be quite high, but it seems likely that there's a taper in the amount of dopamine, and yet people still get addicted. So why? Why is it that we can get addicted to things that fail to elicit the same massive amount of pleasure that they initially did? Being addicted to something isn't just about the fact that it feels so good that you want to do it over and over again.
Yeah.
And that's because of this pleasure-pain balance that underlies motivation. So let's look a little bit closer at the pleasure-pain balance, because therein lies the tools for you to be able to control motivation toward healthy things and avoid motivated behaviors towards things that are destructive for you. There are a lot of reasons why people try novel behaviors, whether or not those are drugs or whether or not those are adventure, thrill-seeking things, or they take a new class. As you'll notice, I'm not placing any judgment or value on these different behaviors. Although I think it's fair to point out that for most people, addictive drugs like cocaine and amphetamine are very destructive.
Yes.
Actually, we know that about 15 to 20% of people have addiction. That you sometimes hear that the first time that you use a drug, you can become addicted to it. That's actually not been shown to be true for most things and most people, but some people that actually. But in any case, the way that addiction works and the way that motivation works generally in the non-addictive setting is that when you anticipate something, a little bit of dopamine is released. And then when you reach that thing, you engage in that thing, the amount of dopamine goes up even further. But as you repeatedly pursue a behavior and you repeatedly engage with a particular thing, let's say you love running or you love chocolate. As you eat a piece of chocolate, believe it or not, it tastes good. And then there's a shift away from activation of dopamine. And there are other chemicals that are released that trigger a low-level sense of pain. Now, you might not feel it as physical pain, but the craving that you feel is both one part dopamine and one part the mirror image of dopamine, which is the pain or the craving for yet another piece of chocolate. And this is a very important and subtle feature of the dopamine system that's not often discussed. People always talk about it just as pleasure. You love social media, so it gives you dopamine, and so you engage in that. You like chocolate, it releases dopamine, so you do that. But for every bit of dopamine that's released, there's another circuit in the brain that creates, you can think of it as kind of like a downward deflection in pleasure. So you engage in something you really want, and there's an increase in pleasure. And then there's without you doing anything, there's a mirror image of that, which is a downward deflection in pleasure, which we're calling pain. So for every bit of pleasure, there is a mirror image experience of pain, and they overlap in time very closely, so it's sometimes hard to sense this, but try it. The next time you eat something really delicious, you'll take a bite, it tastes delicious, and part of the experience is to want more of that thing. This is true for any pleasureful experience. Now, the diabolical part about dopamine is that because it didn't evolve in order to get you to indulge in more and more and more of something, what happens is that initially you experience an increase in pleasure, and you also experience this increase in pain shortly after or woven in with the pleasure that makes you want more of that thing. But with each subsequent time that you encounter that thing, the experience of dopamine release and pleasure is diminished a little bit.
Building tolerance.
And the diabolical thing is that the pain response is increased a little bit. And this is best observed in the context of drug-seeking behavior. The first time someone decides to take cocaine or amphetamine, they will experience a huge dopamine release and they will feel likely very good. However, the next time they take it, it won't feel quite as good. And it won't feel even as good the third time or the next time. But the amount of pain, the amount of craving that they experience for the drug will increase over time. So much of our pursuit of pleasure is simply to reduce the pain of craving.
Yes.
So the next time you experience something you really like, I don't want to take you out of that experience, but it's really important that you notice this, that if there's something you really enjoy, part of that enjoyment is about the anticipation and wanting of more of that thing.
Yes.
And that's the pain system in action. And so we can distinguish between dopamine, which is really about pleasure, and dopamine, which is really about motivation to pursue more in order to relieve or exclude future pain. Let me repeat that. Dopamine isn't as much about pleasure as much as it is about motivation and desire to pursue more in order to reduce the amount of pain. And we are now talking about pain as a psychological pain and a craving, although people that miss a lover very badly, or that really crave a food very badly, or that are addicted to a drug and can't access it, will experience that as a physical craving and a mental craving. The body and brain are linked in this way. It's almost, they'll describe it as painful. They yearn for it. And I think the word yearning is one that's very valuable in this context, because yearning seems to include a whole body experience more than just wanting, which could just be up in the mind. So your desire for something is proportional to how pleasureful it is to indulge in that thing, but also how much pain you experience when you don't have it. And you can now start to let your mind wander into all sorts of examples of addictions or things that you happen to like. I'll use the example that I sometimes use on here, which is my love of croissants. The taste of that croissant makes me want to eat more croissants. Now, eventually blood sugar goes up, satiety is reached, etc. What happens then? What is satisfaction and satiety about? Well, that's a separate neuromodulator. That's about the neuromodulator serotonin. It's about oxytocin. It's about a hormone system that involves something called prolactin. So we're going to talk about all of those in the book, The Molecule of More, wonderful book. Those were described as the here and now molecules, the ones that allow you to experience your sensations and pleasure in the present, and for which the brain stops projecting into the future. So now let's talk about craving and these so-called here and now molecules, and how those engage in a kind of push-pull balance that will allow you to not just feel more motivated, but also to enjoy the things in life that you are pursuing to a much greater degree. We have neurons in an area of our brain called the raphe, R-A-P-H-E. The raphe releases serotonin at different places in the brain. Serotonin is the molecule of bliss and contentment for what you already have. I've talked before about exteroception. Exteroception is a focus on the outside world, everything beyond the confines of your skin. I've also talked about interoception, a focus on things that are happening internally within the confines of your skin. Dopamine and serotonin can be thought of as related to exteroception. Dopamine makes us focused on things outside us that are beyond what we call our personal space, where we actually have to move and take action in order to achieve things. And serotonin in general has to do with the things that are in our immediate here and now, hence the description of these as the here and now molecules. So it's interesting to point out that the body and the brain can direct its attention towards things outside us or inside us, or split our attention between those. Just understand that dopamine biases us toward thinking about what we don't have, whereas serotonin and some of the related molecules like the endocannabinoids, if you picked up on the word cannabinoid, yes, it's like cannabis because cannabis attaches to endocannabinoid receptors, and the endocannabinoids are receptors and chemicals that the cannabinoids that you naturally make that are involved in things like forgetting. But you make these molecules that bind to these receptors that make you feel kind of blissed out and content in the present. So you got these two systems. They're kind of like a push-pull. And if you were to say, do the, in the book, Wherever You Go, There You Are, Jon Kabat-Zinn talks about this meditation practice that's different than most meditation practices, where you eat one almond and you focus all of your attention on the almond, the taste of the almond, the texture of the almond. That's really a mindfulness practice that's geared towards trying to take a behavior which is normally about pursuit. Normally feeding is we engage in feeding because of dopamine. We pursue more of a food because of that pleasure-pain relationship I talked about before. The focus on the one almond, or becoming very present in any behavior that normally would be a kind of exteroceptive pursuit behavior, and bringing it into the here and now, that's a mental trick or a mental task that the mindfulness community has really embraced in order to try and create increased pleasure for what you already have. It's really trying to accomplish a shift from dopamine being released to serotonin and the cannabinoid system being involved in that behavior. Dopamine has the quality of making people kind of rabidly in pursuit of things. Drugs like marijuana, the opioids, anything that really hits the serotonin system hard tend to make people rather lethargic and content to stay. Molecules like dopamine that make you focused on the things you want and the things you crave, and then you've got the molecules that make you content with what you have.
Yeah.
So the most important thing, perhaps, in creating a healthy emotional landscape is to have a balance between these two neuromodulator systems. So at about this point in the podcast, I'm guessing that some of you are thinking, okay, great, I want more dopamine. I want to be more motivated. I don't want to procrastinate as much. And I want to be able to experience life. I want these here and now molecules to be released as well. Well, there is a way to do that, but you have to understand the source of procrastination is not one thing. There are basically two kinds of procrastinators, or so says the research. The first kind are people that actually really enjoy the stress of the impending deadline. It's the only way they can get into action. There are other procrastinators for which they simply are not releasing enough dopamine. For those people, there are a variety of things that can increase dopamine. I do suggest you talk to a psychiatrist or doctor. I've talked about mecunopurines, which is 99.9% L-DOPA, the precursor to dopamine. There are antidepressants like Wellbutrin. Bupropion is the other name for it, which increase dopamine and epinephrine. However, if you think back to our earlier discussion about dopamine, if it's very high, creates a sense of pleasure and the desire for more. So you can also become a person which enough is never enough. The only thing that dopamine really wants is more of the thing that releases dopamine. And so one of the things that you can do in order to generally just be a happier person, especially if you're a person in pursuit of long-term goals of any kind, is the longer that you can extend that positive phase of the dopamine release, and the more that you can blunt the pain response to that, the better. And you can actually do this cognitively. I used to joke with my lab that when we publish a paper, I would get really excited, but I wouldn't allow myself to get too excited. What I wanted to do instead, and what I've still tried to do, the arc of that positive experience as long as I possibly can, simply by thinking back, like, oh, that was really cool. I really enjoyed doing that work. I really enjoyed the discovery. I really enjoyed doing that with the people that I was working with at the time. What a pleasure that was. So you can extend pleasure without having to engage in the behavior over and over. That's extending the arc of that dopamine release. As well, it offsets some of the pain of not having that experience occur over and over and over again. Now, for the high performers out there, you're probably familiar with this. Many people who have a big achievement, their first thoughts are, well, now what? What am I going to do next? How am I ever going to exceed that? And indeed, many people who are very high on this kind of dopamine sensation and novelty seeking scale are prone to addiction. They're prone to the rabid pursuit of external goals, of exteroception, to the neglect of these internal mechanisms that allow them to feel calm and happy. So for people that are very driven, very motivated, adopting a practice of being able to engage in the here and now, the sort of almond type practices we talked about earlier, of learning how to achieve a really good night's sleep on a regular basis through tools and mechanisms I talked about in previous podcasts, gives a sort of balance to the pleasure seeking and offsetting of pain and the pleasure in the here and now. So pleasure is really two things. It's a joy in pursuit, but it's also the joy in what you have. The cool thing is you can actually regulate this whole system in a way that will steer you or lean you towards more positive anticipation of things in life and less disappointment. It's simply a matter of adjusting what we call the dopamine schedule. In order to understand how to control the dopamine system, how to leverage it for a better life, you need to understand the results of a very important experiment. This experiment was able to separate pleasure from motivation. It's a very simple, but like many simple experiments, a very elegant experiment.
Sure.
What they did, and this has now been done in animals and in humans, they offered rats food. It was a food that they particularly liked. And the animals would lever press for a pellet of food, kind of classic experiment. They
Yeah.
eat the food, and they presumably liked the food because they were motivated to press the lever and eat it. Great. They took other rats. They eliminated the dopamine neurons. You can do this by injection of a neurotoxin that destroys these neurons. So they actually had no dopamine in their brain. They had no ability to release dopamine. And they gave them a lever. The rats would sit there and they'd hit the lever and they'd eat the food. They're still enjoyed the food. So you say, well, okay, so dopamine isn't involved in motivation, it isn't involved in pleasure. No, it absolutely is. They could still enjoy the food, but if they moved the rat literally one body length away from the lever, what they found was the animals that had dopamine would move over to the lever, press it, and eat. And the rats that did not have dopamine available to them, wouldn't even move one body length, one rat length to the lever in order to press it and get the food. Dopamine, therefore, is not about the ability to experience pleasure. It is about motivation for pleasure. And so many of you are probably thinking, wow, I'm not a very motivated person. Like you talked about the one kind of procrastination earlier. What about when I just feel kind of meh about life? Now, for some of you, there may be a real clinical depression and you should talk to a professional. There are very good prescription drugs that can really help people. There's also great non-drug treatments of psychotherapy and other treatments that are being developed in addition to psychotherapy and the various kinds of psychoanalysis, etc., that one can use. I think the data really point to the fact that a combination of pharmacology and talk therapies are generally best. And there are a huge range of these things. I know many of you are in these professions, so we're not going to talk about that right now. There's a compound that's kind of interesting in the supplement space that isn't mecunopurine's L-DOPA, it's not L-tyrosine, that isn't promoting massive releases of dopamine or even dopamine alone, but a combination of dopamine and serotonin. And it's an intriguing molecule. It's sold over the counter. Again, you have to check with your healthcare provider before you would take anything or remove anything. That's very important. But it's phenylethylamine, or PEA. PEA, or beta phenylethylamine, releases dopamine at low levels, but also serotonin at low levels. So it's kind of a cocktail of the motivation molecules as well as the quote unquote here and now molecules.
Yeah.
And people's response to this varies widely. Sense of mental acuity, well-being, etc. It is a stimulant, like anything that triggers activation of the dopamine and norepinephrine pathway. But it is an interesting supplement. So now let's talk about what is a dopamine schedule and how you can leverage this in order to have heightened levels of motivation, but not get so much dopamine that you're experiencing a crash afterwards, and also so that you can experience heightened pleasure from the various pursuits that you are engaged in life. And here's the key principle. Dopamine is very subjective, meaning you can either allow yourself to experience the pleasure of reaching a milestone, of achieving or some craving, or not. It's actually pretty powerful what one can do with the subjective system. In fact, I'm going to describe to you an experiment that highlights just how powerful the subjective readout or the subjective interpretation of a given experience really can be, even at the level of pharmacology. And the title of the experiment is Expectation for Stimulant Type Modifies Caffeine's Effects on Mood and Cognition. This was done in college students. It's a fascinating study. What they did is they gave college students either placebo, essentially nothing, or 200 milligrams of caffeine. 200 milligrams of caffeine is about what's in a typical coffee, like a medium coffee that you would buy, a drip coffee. So they took 65 undergraduate students in college. They randomized them to either placebo or caffeine. And they told them that they were either getting caffeine or Adderall. Now, Adderall cognitively carries a very different expectation. College students know Adderall to be a much stronger stimulant than caffeine. They know it to create a sort of high. This is the way the students described it. And they thought that it would increase their level of focus and their ability to perform work. So what's really interesting is there was definitely an effect of placebo versus caffeine. That's not surprising, however, right?
Yeah.
You take a placebo, you may or may not feel more alert, but you take 200 milligrams of caffeine, very likely you're going to feel very alert. But there was also an effect of whether or not the students thought they were getting caffeine or Adderall. The subjects receiving caffeine reported feeling more stimulated, anxious, and motivated than the subjects that received the placebo. Okay. But the ones that expected Adderall reported stronger amphetamine effects. They performed better on a working memory test. And in general, they had all the increased cognitive effects that would have been seen with Adderall, but they were only ingesting caffeine. So it led to heightened performance simply because the students thought they were getting Adderall. And I think this is very important because I think that it points to the fact that the top down, the kind of higher level cognitive processes are impacting even the most basic fundamental aspects of, say, dopamine release or our adrenaline release or epinephrine release in ways that can positively impact performance. In this case, it was a positive improvement in working memory and focus. So today we've talked a lot about the dopamine system and those kinds of schedules that will allow craving or addiction. But what's the schedule of dopamine that's going to allow you to maximize on your pursuit of pleasure and your elimination of pain? And we get the answer to that from our good friend gambling. The reason gambling works, the reason why people will throw their lives away, the reason why people go back again and again and again to places like Las Vegas and Atlantic City is because of the hope and anticipation. Those are cities and places built on dopamine. They are leveraging your dopamine system. And as a friend of mine who's a certified addiction treatment specialist tells me that, gambling addiction is particularly sinister because the next time really could be the thing that changes everything. Unlike other addictions, the next time really could change everything, and that's embedded in the mind of the gambling addict. And rarely does it work out in favor of the well-being of the gambling addict and their family. However, the intermittent reinforcement schedule was discovered long ago by scientific researchers. So this is the slot machine that every once in a while gives you a win to keep you playing. This is the probability of winning on the craps table or the roulette table or at blackjack just often enough that you're willing to buy tickets, head out there, play again, go downstairs again from your room even though you swore you were done for the night. Intermittent reinforcement is the most powerful form of dopamine reward schedule to keep you doing something. So we can export that. We can use it for good. If there's something that you're pursuing in life, whether or not it's an academic goal or a financial goal or a relationship goal, one of the things that you can do to ensure that you will remain on the path to that goal for a very long time and that you will continue to exceed your previous performance, as well as continue to enjoy the dopamine release that occurs when you hit the milestones that you want to achieve, is to occasionally remove reward subjectively. Let's say you set out a goal of making, I'm going to make this quantitative with respect to finances because it just is an easy description, but this could also be in sport, this could be in school, this could be in music, could be in anything, creative endeavors. But let's say you set out a certain financial goal, or let's say you want to get a certain number of followers on whatever social media platform. As you reach each one of those goals, you should know now that the amount of dopamine is not going to peak, it's actually going to diminish and make you crave more. The key to avoiding that crash, but to still keep it in healthy levels that will allow you to continue your pursuit, is as you are staircasing toward your goal, you actually want to blunt the reward response for some of those intermediate goals.
I think that's what
Now, I'm not telling you you should celebrate your
gratefulness
wins,
practice
but I'm
is
telling you not to
supposed to
celebrate all
advocate.
of them. Or as a good friend of mine who recently, fortunately for him, had a great financial success, he asked me and somebody else, a good friend of mine who's very tuned into dopamine reward schedules, understands how they work at a really deep level. And he said, I don't know what to do next. And we said, oh, well, that's simple. You should just give most of it away. And this wasn't a ploy to receive any of the money ourselves. This was really about reducing the impact of that reward. Now, hopefully, giving him money
But
away
that's
if you
not
already have
doable
enough
for
of it would
abstract
be something that was
achievements.
rewarding in and of itself. But if you're a student who's pursuing goals in university,
Yeah.
or you're an athlete who's pursuing goals, it actually makes sense from a rational perspective, once you understand these mechanisms, to hit a new high point of performance, or to get that A plus, or for you if it's an A minus, etc., and to tell yourself, okay, that was good, but to actually actively blunt the reward, to not go and celebrate too intensely, because in doing that, you keep your dopamine system in check, and you ensure that you're going to stay on the path of continued pursuit, not just for that thing, but for all things. Big increases in dopamine lead to big crashes in dopamine, and big increases in dopamine up the ante. So you can lift the what Las Vegas and Atlantic City and other gambling mechanisms and places have known for a long time. They lifted it from the scientists. You can now take it back, and you can start to leverage that, and you just make it intermittent. You reward yourself not on a predictable schedule. So not every other time or every third time or every 10th time, but sometimes it's 3 in a row, then not at all for 10 days. So reward is important. Self-reward is critically important, but make sure that you're not doing it on such a predictable schedule that you burn out these dopamine circuits, or that you undercut your own ability to strive and achieve. Hopefully you now know far more about the dopamine system reward than you did at the beginning of this podcast. Hopefully you also understand the other side of dopamine and reward, which is pain, and the balance of this pleasure-pain system, as well as the molecules that we call, or that were described in the Molecule of More book, I should say, as the here and now molecules, things like serotonin and the endocannabinoids. Finally, I want to thank you for your time and attention today. I hope you learned a lot, and that you learned a lot of possible tools that you could incorporate into your life as it relates to motivation and emotions. Thank you for your interest in science.
12 emails, 30 messages, and a proposal due by 10.
Cliff and Stuart connect.
That something was wrong, and welcome to Huberman Lab Essentials, where we revisit past episodes for the most potent and actionable science-based tools for mental health, physical health, and performance. I'm Andrew Huberman, and I'm a professor of neurobiology and ophthalmology at Stanford School of Medicine. This podcast is separate from my teaching and research roles at Stanford. It is, however, part of my desire and effort to bring zero cost to consumer information about science and science-related tools to the general public. Today, we're going to talk about and focus on skill learning. We are going to focus on how to learn skills more quickly, in particular motor skills. So if you're interested in how to perform better, whether or not it's dance or yoga, or even something that's just very repetitive like running or swimming, this podcast episode is for you. We're going to go deep into science points to, and has verified, allow you to learn more quickly, to embed that learning so that you remember it, and to be able to build up skills more quickly than you would otherwise. Let's talk about the acquisition of new skills. These could be skills such as a golf swing or a tennis swing, or you're shooting free throws, or you're learning to dance, or you're learning an instrument. I'm mainly going to focus on athletic performance.
Why?
There are basically two types of skills. open loop and closed loop. Open loop skills are skills where you perform some sort of motor action and then you wait and you get immediate feedback as to whether or not it was done correctly or not. A good example will be throwing darts at a dartboard. So if you throw the dart, you get feedback about whether or not you hit the bullseye. That's open loop. Closed loop would be something that's more continuous. So let's say you're a runner and you're starting to do some speed work and some sprints, and you're running and you can kind of feel whether or not you're running correctly, or maybe you even have a coach and they're correcting your stride. That's closed loop, because as you go, you can adjust your behavior and you can adjust the distance of your steps, or you can adjust your speed, or you can adjust your posture. You're getting feedback on a moment-to-moment basis. There are essentially three components of any skill that involves motor movement, and those are sensory perception, actually perceiving what you are doing and what's happening around you. Then there are the actual movements, and then there's something called proprioception. And proprioception is often discussed as kind of a sixth sense of knowing where your limbs are in relation to your body. Now, skill learning has a lot of other dimensions too, but those are the main ones that we're going to focus on. So anytime we learn something, we have to decide, is it open loop or closed loop? The second question should be, what should I focus my attention on? Auditory attention, visual attention, or proprioception. Should I focus on where my limbs are relative to my body, or should I focus on the outcome? Okay, this is a critical distinction. You can decide to learn how to do a golf swing or a dance tango and decide that you are going to focus on the movements of your partner or the positions of your feet, or maybe you're going to sense the position and posture of your body, which is more proprioceptive. Okay, so you have to allocate your attention, and I'm going to tell you how to allocate your attention best in order to learn faster. So these are the sorts of decisions that you have to make. So we can really simplify things now. I've given you a lot of information, but we can simplify it. Basically, open loop or closed loop, that's one question, and what am I going to focus on? And then your neurology will take care of the rest. So now I want to talk about realistic expectations. Somewhere in Hollywood, presumably, it got embedded in somebody's mind that instant skill acquisition was possible, that you could take a particular pill and you would suddenly have a skill. And I love movies, but it simply doesn't exist.
Okay.
Then the self-help literature created another rule called the 10,000 hours rule. And frankly, that doesn't really match the literature, at least the scientific literature, either. I like it because it implies that learning takes time, but the 10,000 hours rule overlooks something crucial, which is that it's not about hours, it's about repetitions. Now, of course, there's a relationship between time and repetitions.
Yeah.
But there are some beautiful experiments that point to the fact that by simple adjustment of what you are focused on as you attempt to learn a new skill, you can adjust the number of repetitions that you do, you adjust your motivation for learning, and you can vastly accelerate learning. Some of you may recognize this by its internet name, which is not a scientific term, which is the Super Mario effect. The Super Mario effect relates to the game Super Mario Brothers, but you'll see why at the end. But basically what they did was they had 50,000 subjects, which is an enormous number of subjects, learn a program, essentially taking words from a computer program, or the commands for a computer program that were kind of clustered in a column on the right. And those commands are essentially, they essentially translate to things like, go forward, and then if it's a right-hand turn in the maze, then go right and continue until you hit a choice point, etc. So it's a bunch of instructions, but the job of the subjects in these experiments were to organize those instructions in a particular way that would allow a little cursor to move through the maze successfully. It takes some skill. You have to know what commands to give in what particular order, and they made that very easy. You could just assemble them in a list over onto the right. Now, there were two groups, and one half of the subjects, if they got it wrong, meaning they entered a command and the cursor would move and it was the wrong command for this little cursor to move through the maze, they saw a signal jump up on their screen that said, "That did not work, please try again." The subjects would reorganize the instructions and then the little cursor would continue. And if they
Okay.
got it wrong again, it would say, "That did not work, please try again." Okay?
Okay.
The other half of the subjects, if they got something wrong, were told, "You just lost 5 points, please continue." So that's the only difference in the feedback that they got. Now, I have to confess, I would have predicted, based on my knowledge of dopamine circuitry and reward contingency, people will work much harder to prevent losing something than they will to gain something. And it turns out that that's not at all what happened. If they looked at the success rate of the subjects, what they found was that the subjects that were told, "That did not work, please try again," had a 68% success rate. 68% of them went on to successfully program this cursor moving through the maze. Whereas the ones that were told, "You lost 5 points," had a 52% success rate, which is a significant difference. But the source of the success or the lack of success is really interesting. The subjects that were told, "That did not work, please try again," tried many, many more times per unit time. In other words, they made more attempts at programming this thing to allow this cursor to move through the maze. Whereas the people that were told, "You lost 5 points," gave up earlier or gave up entirely. To me, this was very surprising. It violates a lot of things that I had heard in the kind of popular culture or the self-help literature, that people will work much harder to avoid losing something than they will to gain something. But it did fit well with another set of experiments that I'm very familiar with from the neuroscience literature. So the experiment that I want to tell you about is called the tube test. Here's the experiment. You take 2 rats, you put them in a tube, or 2 mice, you put them in a tube. And mice and rats, they don't like to share the same tube. So what they'll do is they'll start pushing each other back and forth, back and forth. Sooner or later, one of the rats or mice pushes the other one out. Now you take the winner, you give it a new competitor, and what you find is that the mouse or rat that won previously has a much higher than chance probability of winning the second time. In other words, winning before leads to winning again. 3 years ago, there was a paper published that examined the brain area that's involved in this. Turns out it's a particular area of the frontal cortex, for those of you that want to know. And they did a simple experiment where the experimenters increased or decreased the activity of this brain area in the prefrontal cortex, a little subregion of the prefrontal cortex. And what they found is if they stimulated this brain area, a mouse or rat, regardless of whether or not it had been a winner or loser before, became a winner every single time. So what is this magic brain area? What is it doing? Well, the reason I'm bringing this up today, and the reason I'm bringing it up on the heels of the Super Mario effect, is that stimulation of this brain area had a very simple and very important effect, which was it led to more forward steps, more repetitions, more effort, but not in terms of sheer might and will, not digging deeper, just more repetitions per unit time. And the losers had fewer repetitions per unit time. So the Super Mario effect, this online experiment, and the tube test, which has been done by various labs and repeated again and again, point to a simple but very important rule, which is neither the 10,000 hours rule nor the magic wand Hollywood version of learning, but rather the neurobiological explanation for learning a skill is you want to perform as many repetitions per unit time as you possibly can.
Yes.
At least when you're first trying to learn a skill.
Yes.
The winners are always generating more repetitions per unit time.
Yes.
It's just a repeat of performance, even if there are errors. And that points to something vitally important, which is reps are important, but making error reps is also important. In fact, it might be the most important factor. So let's talk about errors and why those solve the problem of what to focus on. Because as I said earlier,
well,
if you
errors
want to learn
give
something,
you
you need to know
aim.
if it's open loop or closed loop, and you need to know what to focus on, where to place your perception. And that seems like a tough task, but errors will tell you exactly what to focus on. And the reason is that the errors actually cue your nervous system to two things. One, to error correction,
Yeah.
and the other is it opens the door or the window for neuroplasticity. Errors tell your nervous system that something needs to change.
Yes.
So if you are performing a task or a skill, like you're learning how to dance and you're stepping on the other person's toes, or you're fumbling, or you're not getting it right, those errors are opening the possibility for plasticity. If you walk away at that point, you've made the exact wrong choice. Without errors, the brain is not in a position to change itself. Errors actually cue the frontal cortex networks, what we call top-down processing, and the neuromodulators, things like dopamine and acetylcholine and epinephrine, that will allow for plasticity. So these errors cue the brain that something was wrong, and they open up the possibility for plasticity. It's what's sometimes called the framing effect. It frames what's important, right? This isn't about a motivation to learn. This is about how you actually learn. So the key is designate a particular block of time that you are going to perform repetitions. Work for time, and then try and perform the maximum number of repetitions that you can do safely. That's going to be the best way to approach learning for most sessions. I'll talk about other things that one can do. But making errors is key. And this isn't a motivational speech. I'm not saying, oh, go make errors. Errors are good for you. You have to fail in order to win. No. You have to fail in order to open up the possibility of plasticity, but you have to fail many times within the same session. And those failures will cue your attention to the appropriate sensory events. So science points to the fact that there's a particular sequencing of learning sessions that will allow you to learn faster and to retain the skill learning. And it involves doing exactly as I just described, which is getting as many repetitions as you can in the learning session, paying attention to the errors that you make, and then the rewards that will be generated. Again, these are neurochemical rewards from the successful performance of a movement. And then after the session, you need to do something very specific, which is nothing. That's right. After a skill learning session, there's a replay of the motor sequence that you performed correctly, and there's an elimination of the motor sequences that you performed incorrectly. Okay, so to be very clear about this, after I finish the training session, if I do nothing, if I just sit there and close my eyes for 5 to 10 minutes, even 1 minute, the brain starts to replay the motor sequence in a way that appears important for the more rapid consolidation of the motor sequence of the pattern and to accelerated learning. So you have this basic learning session and then a period of time afterwards in which the brain can rehearse what it just did. At the beginning of learning any skill, and as we approach from uncertain to skilled to mastery, we want to reduce uncertainty. And that's really what the nervous system is doing. It's trying to eliminate errors and hone in on the correct trajectories. If you perform a lot of repetitions and then you use a period immediately after, we don't really have a name for this post-learning kind of idle time for the brain. The brain isn't idle at all. It's actually scripting all these things in reverse that allow for deeper learning and more quick learning. But if we fill that time with other things, if we are focused on our phones, or we're focused on learning something else, or we're focusing on our performance, that's not going to serve us well. At least it's not going to serve the skill learning well. So please, if you're interested in more rapid skill learning, try introducing these sessions. They can be quite powerful. But once you're familiar with something and you're performing it well every once in a while, you're accomplishing it better every once in a while, then you can start to cue your attention in very deliberate ways. And so we hear a lot about chunking, about breaking things down into their component parts. But one of the biggest challenges for skill learning is knowing where to place your attention. So to dial out again, we're building a protocol across this episode. Early sessions, maybe it's the first one, maybe it's the first 10, but during those initial sessions, the key is to make many errors, to let the reward process govern the plasticity, let the errors open the plasticity, and then after the learning sessions, to let the brain go idle, at least for a short period of time, and of course to maximize sleep. As you start incorporating more sessions, you start to gain some skill level. Learning to harness and focus your attention on particular features of the movement, independent of the rewards and the feedback, right? So the reward is no longer whether or not you struck the target correctly, but simply the motor movement, focusing your, for instance, in a dart throw on the action of your arm. That is embedding the plasticity in the motor pattern most deeply. That's what's been shown by the scientific literature. So we're breaking the learning process down into its component parts. As we get more and more skilled, meaning as we make fewer and fewer errors per a given session per unit time, that's when attention can start to migrate from one feature, such as the motor sequence, to another feature, which is perhaps one's stance, and another sequence component of the sequence, which would be the result that's one getting on a trial to trial basis. Some of you may be wondering about speed of movement. There are some data, meaning some decent papers out there, showing that ultra slow movements, performing a movement essentially in slow motion, can be beneficial for enhancing the rate of skill learning. However, at least from my read of the literature, it appears that ultra slow movements should be performed after some degree of proficiency has already been gained in that particular movement.
Okay.
Now, that's not the way I would have thought about it. I would have thought, well, you know, if you're learning how to do a proper kick or a punch in martial arts or something, that ultra slow movements at first are going to be the way that one can, best learn how to perform a movement, and then you just gradually increase the speed. And it turns out that's not the case. And I probably should have known that. And you should probably know that, because it turns out that when you do ultra slow movements, two things aren't available to you. One is the proprioceptive feedback is not accurate, because fast movements of limbs are very different than slow movements of limbs. So you don't get the opportunity to build in the proprioceptive feedback. But the other reason why it doesn't work is that it's too accurate. You don't generate errors. And so the data that I was able to find showed that some very slow movements can be beneficial if one is already proficient in a practice. When should you start to introduce slow learning? Well, it appears that once you're hitting success rates of about 25 or 30%, that's where the super slow movements can start to be beneficial. But if you're still performing things at a rate of 5 or 10% correct and the rest are errors, then the super slow movements are probably not going to benefit you that much. Also, super slow movements are not really applicable to a lot of things. For instance, you could imagine throwing a dart super slow motion, but if you actually try and throw an actual dart, the dart's just going to fall to the floor, obviously. Some of you already have a fair degree of proficiency, of skill in a given practice, or sport, or instrument. And if you're in the sort of advanced intermediate or advanced levels of proficiency for something, there is a practice that you can find interesting data for in the literature, which involves metronoming. So this, you'll realize, relates to generating repetitions. You can use a metronome to set the cadence of your repetitions. And if you do that, what athletes find is they can perform more repetitions, they can generate more output, you can increase speed. A number of really interesting things are being done with auditory metronoming. There are actually some wild experiments out there. There's a world championship of cup stacking. There's a young lady who I saw could take all these cups spread out on a table and basically just stack them into the perfect pyramid in the least amount of times. All the kids go wild. This is something I've never thought to pursue and frankly never will pursue unless my life depends on it for some reason. But it's really impressive. And if you look at the sequence, because these have been recorded, you can look this up on YouTube. What you'll find is that these expert cup stackers, it's just all about error elimination. But there too, metronoming and auditory cues can actually cue them to pick up the cups faster than they would ordinarily and to learn to do that. Now, what's interesting about this and is cool is that your attention is now harnessed to the tone, to the metronome, not necessarily to what you're doing in terms of the motor movement. And so really, you need a bit of proficiency. Again, this is for people who are intermediate or advanced, intermediate or advanced. But what you're essentially doing is you're creating an outside pressure, a contingency, so that you generate, again, more errors. So it's all about the errors that you get. And if you harness your attention to this outside contingency, this metronome, and saying now, go, now, go, now, go. Not only can you increase the number of repetitions, errors, and successes, but for some reason, and we don't know why, the regular cadence of the tone of the metronome and the fact that you are anchoring your movements to some external force, to some external pressure or cue, seems to accelerate the plasticity and the changes and the acquisition of skills beyond what it would be if you just did the same number of repetitions without that outside pressure. Let's talk about visualization and mental rehearsal. I've been asked about this a lot, and I think it relates back to that kind of Matrix Hollywood idea that we can just be embedded with a skill. But the question we're going to deal with today is, does it help? Does it let you learn things faster? And indeed, the answer appears to be yes, it can. However, despite what you've heard, it is not as good. It is not a total replacement for physical performance itself. Okay, so I'm going to be really concrete about this. I hear all the time that just imagining contracting a muscle can lead to the same gains as actually contracting that muscle.
No.
Just imagining a skill can lead to the same increases in performance as actually executing.
It might be
that skill.
better than
And
nothing.
that's simply not the case.
Yes.
However, it can supplement or support physical training and skill learning in ways that are quite powerful.
Yeah.
Mental rehearsal, closing one's eyes typically, and thinking about a particular sequence of movement and visualizing it in one's quote unquote mind's eye creates activation of the upper motor neurons that's very similar, if not the same, as the actual movement. And that makes sense because the upper motor neurons are all about the command for movement. They are not the ones that actually execute the movement. Okay? Remember, upper motor neurons are the ones that generate the command for movement, not the actual movement. The ones that generate the actual movement are the lower motor neurons and the central pattern generators. So the point is, if you want to use visualization training, great. But forget the idea that visualization training is as good as the actual behavior. You hear this all the time. People say, do you know that if you imagine an experience to your brain and to your body, it's exactly the same as the actual experience? Absolutely not. This is not the way the nervous system works. I'm sorry, I don't mean to burst anybody's bubble, but your bubble is made of myths. And the fact of the matter is that
In other
the
words, it's
brain,
actual
when
bubble.
it executes a movement, is generating proprioceptive feedback. And that proprioceptive feedback is critically involved in generating our sense of the experience and in things like learning. So I don't say this because I don't like the idea that visualization couldn't work. In fact, visualization does work, but it doesn't work as well. It doesn't create the same milieu, the same chemical milieu, the same environment as actual physically engaging in the behavior, the skill, the resistance training, etc. Many of you are probably asking, what can I take in order to accelerate skill learning? Well, the conditions are going to vary, but motivation is key. You have to show up to the training session motivated enough to focus your attention and to perform a lot of repetitions in the training sequence. That's just a prerequisite, right? There's no pill that's going to allow you to do fewer repetitions and extract more learning out of fewer repetitions. It's actually more a question of what are the conditions that you can create for yourself such that you can generate more repetitions per unit time. I think that's the right way to think about it. What are the conditions that you can create for yourself in your mind and in your body that are going to allow you to focus? There are a few compounds that I think are worth mentioning because of their ability to improve the actual physical performance, the actual execution of certain types of movements. And some of these have also been shown to improve cognitive function, especially in older populations. So I'd be remiss if I didn't at least mention them. I'm only going to mention one today, in fact. The one that's particularly interesting and for which there really are a lot of data is alpha GPC. And I'm going to attempt to pronounce what alpha GPC actually is. It's alpha glycerophosphocholine, right? Alpha GPC, alpha glycerophosphocholine. See, if I keep doing it over and over, repetitions, alpha glycerophosphocholine. There, I made an error. Okay, so the point is that alpha GPC, which is, at least in the United States, is sold over the counter, typically is taken in dosages of about 300 to 600 milligrams. That's a single dose, or have been shown to do a number of things that for some of you might be beneficial. One is to enhance power output. So if you're engaging in something like resistance training or sprinting or something where you have to generate a lot of power, well then, in theory, alpha GPC could be beneficial to you. A study noted a 14% increase in power output. That's pretty substantial, 14% if you think about it, but it wasn't like a doubling or something of that sort. So as you can see, things like alpha GPC in particular, when they are combined with low levels of caffeine, can have these effects of improving power output, can improve growth hormone release, can improve fat oxidation. All these things in theory can support skill learning, but what they're really doing is they're adjusting the foundation upon which you are going to execute these many, many repetitions, okay? The same thing would be said for caffeine itself. If that's something that motivates you and gets you out of a chair to actually do the physical training, then that's something that can perhaps improve or enhance the rate of skill learning and how well you retain those skills. Now, on a previous episode, I talked about, and this was the episode on epinephrine, on adrenaline, I talked about how for cognitive learning, it makes sense to spike epinephrine, to bump epinephrine levels up, adrenaline levels up after cognitive learning. For physical learning, it appears to be the opposite. That if caffeine is in your practice, or if you decide to try alpha GPC, that you would want to do that before the training, take it before the training, use it, its effect should extend into the training, presumably throughout. A lot of the questions I get are about how different protocols and things that I described start to collide with one another. So let's say, for instance, you go to bed at 10:30 and you're going to do your skill training at 9:30. Well, taking a lot of caffeine then is not going to be a good idea because it's going to compromise your sleep. So I'm not here to design the perfect schedule for you because everyone's situations vary. So the things to optimize are repetitions, failures, more repetitions, more failures. At the offset of training, having some idle time that could be straight into sleep, or it could be simply letting the brain just go idle for 5 to 10 minutes, meaning not focusing on anything, not scrolling social media, not emailing, ideally not even talking to somebody, just lying down or sitting quietly with your eyes closed, letting those motor sequences replay. Use things like metronoming, where you're cueing your attention to some external cue, some stimulus, in this case an auditory stimulus most likely, and trying to generate more repetitions per unit time. So you now are armed with a lot of information about how you generate movement, and I like to think that you're also armed with a lot of information about how to design protocols that are optimized for you, or if you're a coach, for your trainees, in order to optimize their learning of skills of various kinds. And I should say that for those of you that are short on time or have limited amounts of time, 10 minutes of maximum repetitions, maximum focus skill learning work is going to be very beneficial. It's really about the density of training inside of a session. So I think you should let work toward maximal or near maximal density of repetitions and failures, provided they're failures you can perform safely, in order to accelerate skill learning. And don't let some arbitrary, or in this case, the Ultradian constraint, prevent you from engaging in that practice. In other words, get the work in, get as much work done as you can per unit time, and based on the science, based on things that I've seen, based on things that I'm now involved in with various communities, you will see the skill improve vastly at various stages. Sometimes it's a little bit stutter start. It's not always a linear improvement, but you will see incredible improvement in skill. Today we talked all about skill learning. I hope that you'll consider the information. You might even decide to try some of these tools. If you do, please let us know your results with them. Give us feedback in the comments. And as always, thank you for your interest in science.
That was wonderful.
Leclerc, bonjour.
Okay.
That's some. incredible is that anytime we view a horizon, that naturally happens because you're not set to a fixation point. So anytime you see a horizon, you relax, and it's not a coincidence. So the visual system can drive it inward, and your autonomic arousal can drive it toward your visual system. The other thing is there's a really beautiful paper that came out about 2 years ago, which showed that people who do a biofeedback game, where they're watching a little, it's like a more kind of like a sine wave, and they're deliberately trying to increase their level of arousal as the curve goes up. For those that are just listening, within a few days, they can learn to control their pupil size, which sets their arousal and their aperture for a segmenting time. So you can learn this through biofeedback. And I think that the script for that is available online. I haven't tried it yet, but have you ever heard of these yogis that could control their pupil sizes even independently of one another? That's amazing because it's not supposed to be able to occur, but you can. So you can learn to, I guess the poor man's version of this would be look in the mirror, stare at yourself, and try to ramp up your level of autonomic arousal, watch your pupils get bigger, and then try to relax yourself and make them smaller. That practice, it seems, in biofeedback allows people to do it without staring into the mirror, so to speak. So it can be done. It's just that it hasn't been parsed by science that finally until recently.
It's interesting.
Okay.
So
wait.
I have this term I use.
A painting tip is that right now I wanted to work on this area, but I felt insecure and kind of lost and not sure what their next step would be. So what I do is to kind of gain a bigger perspective, and I kind of know what to do as a next step with this area. So I would go over there, take care of that, and go back to that to gain a little bit perspective. In this case, not perspective as in like insight. And kind of, since I know what's going on here, kind of feel more secure going back to that because I gained some momentum by doing so.
It's called firewalking, which for me, what it means is cultivating the ability to learn from experiences one doesn't have with the same somatic intensity that one learns from really intense experiences that we have. So for example, let's say you're a jiu-jitsu fighter and you overextend your arm and you're in a world championship and you get your arm broken or your shoulder ripped off or something. So you've lost the world championship and you got a shattered arm. You're not going to overextend your arm that way again. You've learned that lesson is burned in. But like if you're watching a jiu-jitsu fight and someone overextends their arm, gets arm barred and then taps out, it's a very, very different experience. How can we cultivate the ability to study other people's like worst, most heartbreaking blunders, worst moments, etc., and learn from that with the same somatic intensity that they learn from it, right? So much of that is physiological. So I spent a lot of time doing biofeedback and a lot of time doing visualization practices and doing very intense visualization practices and many years working with triggers for my own psychology and physiology so that I can get my physiology primed to have an intense learning experience while studying something that might otherwise just feel intellectual, and then combining that with my own experience of things. And it's such a, I mean, if we can 100x or 1000x or 10,000x our learning curve by being able to learn from other things with the same intensity that we've learned from our own things, but people don't harness that.
Yeah.
Why do you think they don't? Is it just, it takes time and it doesn't seem as intuitive as going out and shooting free throws or something like that?
I think people are really amazingly unreflective about the training process. But I told you, like, I'm working. I haven't written a book since The Art of Learning, and I'm a couple years into this beautiful process of writing my next book, which is going to be called, I think, The Art of Training, which is really what I've been cultivating for the last decades. And I'm deconstructing my approach to training in mental and physical disciplines. And it's really interesting to go through that process myself. Like, what do I do? What have I done? And what have I helped others do? And it's interesting that The Art of Learning kind of was a birthing process. It's what it felt like to me. I took notes to it for 5 years, and then after 2004 Worlds, I wrote it in 9 months. It just kind of came out of me, and I'm kind of in that process now with this, so it feels really organic and intrinsic, the creative process. And I don't know, it's very interesting when you talk to people who are really playing at elite levels of different fields, where we're just below like full self-expression, or like they're just on the edge of virtuosity but not quite there, and you start to deconstruct what they do. There's so much low-hanging fruit that they can do. Why? I don't know. I think in many ways people, I mean, there's lots of reasons I think of. For one thing, people who are very talented in arts don't have to be so deliberate about their training often to reach a certain level. Often people have other people building their training process, and they're not reflective about their own training process because they have big teams of coaches who are creating it for them. People haven't cultivated the art of deconstruction, which is an art that's very important. People haven't cultivated the art of loving training, which is a hugely important like meta skill to learn. People haven't taken on like all of the skills around physiological triggers, around changing one's physiological state at will. People haven't practiced visualization very intensely. There are all of these like these skills that we can put together in order to train at a world-class level. But it takes patience and creativity, and you know, not just being subject to what everyone else does, but being able to look expansively at everything.
I'd like to take a quick break and thank one of our sponsors, Function. I recently became a Function member after searching for the most comprehensive approach to lab testing. While I've long been a fan of blood testing, I really wanted to find a more in-depth program for analyzing blood, urine, and media, and so many.
God damn it.
Faites une recette de famille, votre plat signature.
Many things filling the space between walking to the car, or with the pro players that you work with. You know, I'm guessing the moment they're on the plane, they're on their phones and texting, and all these things are wonderful technologies, but they fill all the space with stimulus response. Yeah, they fill all the space with stimulus response. And you know, it's not unless you go to a place with no Wi-Fi accessibility that you suddenly realize, like, wow, like in most of modern life, we're just constantly in this tennis or ping pong match with this trivial thing and that trivial thing, and some of it's essential, but that there's no quote unquote space anymore. In many ways, my life is built around creating that space. And it's interesting, when I was playing chess, I experimented with studying chess from everywhere between 45 minutes a day to 16 hours a day to see where the sweet spot was. And what I came to was about 4.5 hours a day. But that 4.5 hours a day was like a 10 out of 10, like fucking just on fire. And then the rest of the day became about cultivating those 4.5 hours. And my life today has that kind of rhythm as well. And you know, training, like I've spent many years working with people who are just brilliant in the investment space. Has been a really interesting wave because it's a great laboratory, because people are very driven. They're all in, they're motivated. They'll take themselves on. And it's a great place for me to, over the last couple decades, to like refine the art of training. Because I don't like solving for motivation. That's one thing. And I think part of that relates to that quirky dynamic from when I was 7 that I described, of always being the target. And so never having, like, not taking on my weaknesses was outside of my conceptual scheme. And so in many ways, I haven't really had to struggle with motivation myself, for better or worse. And I love working with people, partnering with people, who are all in, who want to take themselves on. I don't love having to motivate people. And so a great laboratory for me is with people who have all sorts of problems, who might be obstructed, but who are all in. And like, you're working with world-class investors, and what you know, they're grinding themselves out 14, 15, 16 hours a day. Doing less is a huge part of doing much more. And then you start to see, like, they might be at, like, if you think about a 10 out of 10 as being, like, in terms of, like, when they're at their very best creatively, they can slip from, like, a 10 to a 2 and not even notice. And then you begin to cultivate an awareness of where one is in one's creative spectrum, right? And then you start to cultivate the art of stress and recovery, and like amping oneself up and then releasing. And you see that the ability to turn it on is directly connected to the ability to turn it off, as you know. If you walk into a fight gym and you study a bunch of fighters on the mats, one great read you can make is looking at the depth of physiological relaxation when the guys aren't fighting, and you'll see who the highest level fighters are.
the best guys, man, they can turn it on with wild intensity, but their bodies are so mellow when they're not going. And then, man, like they're so efficient. It's so that oscillation, that range is so huge, right? But people don't cultivate the art of turning it off in order to learn how to turn it on. You know, for me, it's what I came to as the most potent way so far that I've found to train analysts or thinkers in mental arenas. You're training people in the art of discovering what matters most. If you talk to like so you might think a great chess player, people often think like, oh yeah, I can calculate 50 moves deep, 100 moves deep. It's all irrelevant. Move 2 was inaccurate, so it was just all an illusion. The great chess players might look at much less, but they're looking in the most potent directions. The lower level chess players are lost in a sea of complexity, right? So if you're working with like let's say a scientist or an investor or whatever, them straining their mind for what is the most important question, ideally to begin the practice toward the end of their workday with like a recovery period with full intensity in a peak performance state, stretch one's mind for what matters most, and then release it. Release the workday completely. Don't work all night grinding yourself out at a low level. Release, and then first thing in the morning, waking up, pre-input, return one's mind to the critical question and brainstorm on it. It's very powerful because you're opening up you're systematically opening the channel between the conscious and the unconscious mind. You're feeding critical questions to the unconscious, which is processing overnight. And like I know you know all this, like the consistency with which you come up with an insight in the morning is incredible. Interestingly, and you'll probably know why much more than me, improved dream recall often happens simultaneously when one starts to have more and more insights about the MIQ in the morning, which is fascinating. Then over time you can have micro manifestation of this throughout the day before going for a workout, before taking a walk, before taking a break, before taking a piss. Instead of when you're gonna go to the bathroom in the day, instead of like checking your phone while taking a piss, you pose yourself in MIQ, you release it, you do not do anything but piss in the bathroom and breathe and then return to the question and you'll have an insight. Right, so you're learning to just oscillate between the conscious and unconscious states, and you're opening up that channel, and you're practicing stress and recovery. And then your physiological workouts are also stress and recovery all the time. So you're building that theme in everything that you do, and you just realize that like when you're at your very best for 4 or 5 hours a day, you're doing multiples of the work that you're doing if you're just grinding yourself at what I've called in the past a simmering 6 or whatever at for 15 or 16 hours a day. And so people can do so much more in less time. And my lifestyle is based on that. I'm training very intensely physically, and I'm doing really intense mental work, and I oscillate between them in beautiful ways. And I have a lot of empty space for reflection, for meditation, for like zoning my mind on what matters most. It's about quality, not quantity. But it's so interesting how we live in this culture where just quantity is just consuming everyone.
Yeah, it's as Hollis said, the stimulus response thing dominates, and it dominates, I think, because, I have several reflections. First of all, I just have to say, you're absolutely a scientist. You just proved it to us through a description of this process, which I might ask you to describe once again.
Yeah.
Because I think there's so much value in each of the pieces and how it's put together. 3 things come to mind. First of all, yes, indeed, as you know, and listeners of this podcast will know that it is during sleep that we reorganize our neural connections and actual neuroplasticity occurs. The stimulus is provided in wakefulness and focus and attention, and the actual rewiring occurs during sleep, deep sleep and rapid eye movement sleep. One little fun, I think, but also powerful tool that I learned from, maybe you know him as well, I'm blessed to have Rick Rubin as a very good friend.
Oh yeah, Rick and I've had beautiful gems.
Yeah,
amazing.
Wonderful.
Such a wise soul.
I've been spending more and more time with Rick, but he taught me something extremely valuable, which was the process of taking some time to just lie completely still and let your mind go as wild as it needs to or as calm as it needs to while keeping the body completely still. This mimics rapid eye movement sleep when we're paralyzed and the mind is very, very active. And I actually think that practices such as yoga nidra, non-sleep deep rest, are also mimics of rapid eye movement sleep. And there are data starting to emerge now that it mimics rapid eye movement sleep, but in wakefulness. So put simply, lying still, relaxing the body as much as possible and letting the mind be extremely active. Rick also taught me a little trick for which I don't know any science, but it certainly seems to work for me, which is that if you
wake up from a dream and you want to continue having that dream, keep your body completely still. Whereas if you wake up from a dream and it was a troubling or anxiety provoking dream, move your body. And it seems to work extremely well. And I have my theories about why this works. I have to ask about this process of reflecting on one's own mistakes deliberately, kind of addressing one's own pain points or shame points.
Yes.
That's such a key feature of your upbringing and your practice around learning. Forgive me for going a little bit longer here, but recently somebody taught me something extremely useful. She said, our consciousness is sort of like a lighthouse, and we have this beam of light sweeping around 360 degrees. But where we have places of shame about whatever, things that were done to us, things that we've done, whatever, just points of shame, things that we don't want people to know about us, that we don't even like to think about. It's like a stain on that lighthouse. And when that light passes through that stain, it casts a wedge, a shadow in the shape of a wedge. And she described it in somewhat mystical terms. She said, it's through that shadow that evil things enter us, and that the world can hurt us, and that the process of getting over our shame, but also experiencing life in much more fullness and being able to cultivate our craft and be more present for ourselves and for others, is a process of going right up to that lighthouse window and looking at the stain and going, that's what it is. And that's the process of wiping it off. Now, that's all, that's just an illustration for us to understand what I think is the process you're describing, which is that you get right up next to your worst nightmares, your worst mistakes, the things you don't want to think about. And in doing so, you learn to relax in their presence, and they sort of disappear as points of shame.
Yeah, it's interesting. When I wrote The Art of Learning, it was in many ways cathartic for me, because there were parts of my life that I had felt like I had let myself down. Like there were parts that, like my chess life I moved away from, and like there were certain moments of it where I felt like I hadn't fully expressed my potential, and I just wrote them all.
Of course.
I just shared it all, and it was so beautiful. It was so cathartic. When I think about leadership, I think that it's so important to, like, leading with vulnerability is such an exquisite. I spent Joe Mazzulla and I spent the day a couple days ago with Sean McVay, who's the head coach of the LA Rams, who just a few days after the big loss against the Eagles, and we actually ended up watching the tape. It was his first watching of the tape of this heartbreaking playoff loss he had, and watching him process it. And he's such a great leader. Both Joe and Sean lead. They both take themselves on more intensely than anything, but they lead with vulnerability. Like, they go up against their stains, and like being authentic there, as opposed to being a leader or a father or a mother or a coach who just keeps it in the pocket as if they're perfect. There's something so inauthentic about that. I think in human relationship and in the cultivation of oneself as an artist, going right at one's weakness is so powerful. Now, of course, there's also the tender balance of how much we should cultivate our strengths and how much we should be spent shoring up our weaknesses. And one of the most important principles, which I learned too late in my chess life, is that we can take on our weaknesses through the lens of our strengths. Right? Remember, this brilliant sage Russian coach Yuri Razavayev said to me at one point, "You can learn Karpov through Kasparov." His point of being, you can learn about the great defensive chess through the great defense of great aggressors like you, as opposed to just studying Karpov and thinking, what would Karpov do here? What was urged to do by other people? Like, learn defense through offense, right? So it was part of my self-expression. I learned that principle too late for my chess life, but it's manifested everywhere else, right? So while we're cultivating our life, which I think we should do it as a way of life, how do we go up against our stains? But in ways that we're not fundamentally, it's not shame. I don't relate just personally. That's a word I don't like. Shame. It's not shame. It's like when it becomes just like a breath pattern. Like, we lose. We put ourselves on the line. We lose. We go at it. We study it. We study how we look. We study about what, the other thing that's incredible to me is that when you study your losses, when you go up against what you're calling like that's a beautiful image, like the shadow of the lighthouse, right? The interconnectedness of the technical, the psychological, and the thematic is so powerful in the learning process. Almost every technical mistake that we make in an art, if we're pushing ourselves to our limits, if you and I are like around the same level and we're competing in something where we're about this, in anything, like any technical mistake I made will have a psychological dimension, because my technical weakness emerged because I was so psychologically pressured that I wasn't able to solve the technical position, right? Or if I make a psychological error, it's often because I was a little technically out of my water. And so it put extra pressure on my psyche that then you were able to exploit, right? And every technical mistake is local, right? But there's themes. There's like a theme that houses hundreds of those technical manifestations.
Okay.
So if we are always
Okay,
thinking
I
about
guess
technical,
it's ready
the
to be
thematic,
dry
and
now.
psychological, and we have what I call a 6-dimensional introspective process, right? And we're looking at all of these, the interconnectedness of those different
Yeah,
parts
I gotta let
of the
it
human
dry.
experience of an art or anything else, then the growth curve is incredibly explosive, because we make a technical mistake and we learn the theme. We take on the theme that houses